Welcome back to Hollow Midnight, where the mundane becomes mesmerizing, and every whisper of the past is a lullaby for the restless mind. If you find yourself enjoying these meandering tales, perhaps consider subscribing, for more curious chronicles await. Tonight, we delve into a tale of dusty tomes and spectral diligence, commencing with Chapter 1, The Unusual Bequest. The Abbey of St. Jude of the Perpetual Slumber, as it was rather ironically known, considering the perpetual slumber it seemed to have fallen into over the last century, was not so much an active spiritual community as it was a slowly decaying monument to forgotten piety, nestled deep within a valley whose name no one under the age of 65 could recall without significant prompting. The abbey had for generations quietly existed in a state of suspended animation, a veritable fly in amber of archaic customs and unyielding silence. Its last remaining residents, a trio of sisters whose combined age probably eclipsed the structural integrity of the main chapel, had lived a life of such determined unremarkableness that even the local postal service considered their weekly mail delivery an act of archaeological preservation rather than modern commerce. They were, in essence, a living museum of quietude, a testament to the slow, inexorable march of time that often bypasses the truly resolute. The library, however, was a different matter entirely. While the nuns themselves had embraced a minimalist approach to worldly possessions, the library had clearly, at some point in its long history, been the object of extravagant, almost obsessive, attention. It sprawled across the entire north wing of the abbey, a labyrinthine collection of dark wood shelves groaning under the weight of illuminated manuscript, theological treatises so dense they could double as anvils, and rather puzzlingly, a surprisingly extensive collection of treatises on the obscure art of medieval cheesemaking. The air within was a thick, comforting blend of old paper, beeswax, and the faint, almost imperceptible scent of dust motes dancing in the infrequent shafts of sunlight that dared to penetrate the grime-encrusted stained-glass windows. For centuries, this library had been the silent heart of the abbey, a place where wisdom, or at least the diligent transcription of it, was pursued with a zeal that far outstripped the abbé's later spiritual enthusiasm. It was this peculiar institution, this sepulchre of scholarship, that became the unexpected beneficiary of the abbé's rather sudden and entirely unsentimental dissolution, when Sister Agnes, the last of the trio, finally shuffled off her mortal coil, a departure so quiet it went unnoticed for a full day. An achievement in itself, the legal machinery of the modern world creaked into motion with a surprising lack of reverence. There were no heirs, no distant cousins with a sentimental attachment to the crumbling edifice. The abbé's entire estate, after much legal prodding and the careful deciphering of wills written in calligraphic script that predated most modern legal conventions, was bequeathed in its entirety to the Metropolitan University of Applied Sciences. This was not, it must be stated, a grand, ancient university with Gothic spires and a penchant for classical studies. The Metropolitan University was a resolutely modern institution, founded in the late 20th century, focused primarily on engineering, digital humanities, and the rather less romantic pursuit of sustainable urban planning. Their campus, all glass and polished concrete, stood in stark architectural contrast to the damp, moss-covered stones of St. Jude's. The news of the bequest was met, predictably, with a mixture of bewildered delight and profound logistical dread. Dr. Alistair Finch, the university's newly appointed provost of obscure acquisitions, a title had invented himself after a particularly frustrating departmental meeting, was tasked with the unenviable duty of assessing the new property. He was a man of meticulous habits and an even more meticulous wardrobe, preferring the quiet logic of spreadsheets to the unpredictable whims of historical legacy. His initial reconnaissance mission to St. Judas felt less like an academic expedition and more like a foray into an abandoned film set. The silence was oppressive, punctuated only by the drip of unseen leaks and the occasional rustle of what he fervently hoped were only mice. The library, however, was a revelation, not for its intrinsic value, though he grudgingly admitted the sheer volume of material was impressive, but for its sheer, uncompromising oldness. Every volume seemed to hum with the weight of centuries, every shelf a narrative of forgotten hands and diligent scholarship. The bequest itself was a marvel of archaic phrasing and baffling conditions. While the university was granted full ownership of the abbey and its contents, there was a curious addendum pertaining specifically to the library. It stipulated, in language so convoluted it required a specialist in medieval legal Latin to untangle, that the library's traditional caretaker was to be afforded unimpeded access and continued tenure, as per established custom. Dr. Finch, after several exasperated phone calls to various legal scholars, was eventually informed that this was likely an old monastic tradition, a way of ensuring the library's stewardship passed from one generation to the next. He dismissed it as quaint, an irrelevant historical footnote, easily bypassed by the university's modern management protocols. What living person, after all, would want to be a caretaker in this forgotten place, especially without a salary or even a discernible job description? But the whispers, those persistent papery whispers that seemed to cling to the very fabric of the old abbey, told a slightly different tale. The local villagers, whose memories stretched back further than recorded history, and whose gossip was as reliable as the changing seasons, spoke of a certain Sister Euphemia. Sister Euphemia, they claimed, had been the abbey's librarian for over 70 years. She had arrived as a postulant, fresh-faced and brimming with an enthusiasm for cataloging that bordered on the fanatical, and had dedicated every waking moment, and perhaps a few sleeping ones, to the meticulous organization and preservation of the abbey's vast literary treasures. She had been, by all accounts, a woman of unshakable routine, and an even more unshakable conviction that order, particularly within the confines of a library, was next to godliness. Her fellow sisters, fewer and fewer as the years wore on, had often joked, albeit quietly, that Sister Euphemia loved her books more than she loved the Lord, a sentiment they quickly repented for after confessing. The villagers recalled how Sister Euphemia had always been found in the library, hunched over a folio, dabbing at a particularly stubborn ink stain, or carefully reshelving a tome that had been misplaced by a particularly clumsy novitiate. She had, in fact, been found in the library even on the day of her death, decades prior to Sister Agnes' final, quiet departure. Not in her cell, nor in the chapel, but collapsed amidst a stack of newly arrived theological tracts, a feather quill still clutched in her surprisingly tenacious grip. The local lore went further, however. It claimed that Sister Euphemia's dedication had transcended the usual boundaries of mortality, that her spirit, rather than ascending to whatever celestial library awaited diligent souls, had instead chosen to remain rooted firmly within the earthly confines of St. Jude's library. Not as a malevolent spectre, mind you, or a frightful apparition designed to chill the blood of the unwary, but as a perpetual, unwavering presence, a caretaker whose sense of duty had simply proven too strong to be severed by something as trivial as death. The rumors painted a picture of a haunting that was less terrifying and more administrative. Students who had on rare occasions been permitted to study within the abbey's hallowed halls before its complete closure spoke of books mysteriously reshelving themselves if left even slightly out of place, of faint, rustling sounds that seemed to emanate from empty corners, like the turning of a page or the quiet shuffle of monastic slippers, of an almost imperceptible chill that would settle over one's shoulders when a particularly dusty volume was open, as if an invisible censor was disapprovingly peering over one's shoulder. These were not the hallmarks of a vengeful ghost, but of a spectral librarian, perhaps still annoyed by dog-eared pages or improperly cited sources. The villagers even claimed that the library, despite its centuries of neglect, always seemed to possess a peculiar, almost preternatural neatness, as if an unseen hand regularly dusted its shelves and aligned its spines with obsessive precision. Dr. Finch, being a man of science and unshakable rationality, dismissed these anecdotes as the quaint superstitions of an isolated community. He saw them as charming local color, nothing more. His concerns were purely pragmatic: how to catalog thousands of unlabeled volumes, how to digitize ancient texts without damaging them, and perhaps most pressingly, how to justify the immense cost of renovating a crumbling medieval abbey into a functional annex for a modern university. The idea of a spectral caretaker was, frankly, an absurdity that did not feature on any of his meticulously crafted spreadsheets. Yet, as he paced the echoing halls of the library, the scent of old paper and dust clinging to his designer suit, he couldn't shake the unsettling feeling that he wasn't entirely alone. It was a sensation not of fear, but of an almost imperceptible disapproval, as if someone, somewhere, was quietly tut-tutting his every move, perhaps even silently correcting his posture. Had scoffed, of course, attributing it to the eerie silence and the vastness of the empty space. But the thought, once planted, had a peculiar way of taking root, like a stubborn weed in a cracked pavement, refusing to be dislodged by mere logic. The library, with its ancient books and its unsettling tidiness, felt less like an inert collection of forgotten texts and more like a meticulously maintained domain, patiently awaiting the return of its true, if ethereal, mistress. The university's acquisition was not merely a building and its contents, but, as the old parchment hinted and the local whispers confirmed, an ongoing custodianship, whether they believed in custodians of the spectral variety or not. The grand plans for the Metropolitan University's new Heritage Archive and Center for Historical Preservation were drawn up with little regard for the fine print, or the fine dust, or indeed the finer, more spectral details of the bequest. The students, eager for quiet study spaces, and the faculty, keen on expanding their research resources, remained blissfully unaware of the peculiar co-occupant that might soon be sharing their academic pursuits within the venerable, yet undeniably haunted, walls of what was once St. Jude's of the perpetual slumber. The stage was set, not for a grand spiritual confrontation, but for a slow, inexorable clash between the modern world's organized chaos and a spectral entity's unrelenting dedication to the precise order of a very old library. Chapter 2. The nap room's first victim. The Metropolitan University, in its commendable, if somewhat misguided, zeal to modernize the inherited Abbey of St. Jude of the perpetual slumber, had embarked upon a series of renovations that were, to put it mildly, an exercise in architectural cognitive dissonance. Glass panels now abutted ancient stone walls. Motion sensor lights flickered nervously over centuries-old flagstones, and the faint, persistent hum of server racks replaced the liturgical chants that had once echoed through the vaulted ceilings. Dr. Alistair Finch, with his spreadsheets and his unshakable belief in functional efficiency, had declared the former monastic cells too small for proper faculty offices and the main refectory too acoustically challenging for a lecture hall. His gaze, however, had lingered on a particular, rather secluded annex of the sprawling library. This area, historically designated for scribes engaged in the meticulous, eye-straining work of manuscript illumination, and, it was rumored, the occasional sanctioned catnap between arduous copying sessions, possessed an almost preternatural quietude. It was here, amidst the ghostly indentations of long-vanished wooden desks and the faint scent of aged vellum, that Dr. Finch envisioned a truly innovative solution to a pervasive modern student affliction, the chronic inability to remain awake. Thus, the quiet reflection and rejuvenation zone, or more colloquially, the nap room, was born. The nap room, despite its rather grand official title, was essentially a collection of ergonomically designed pods, each equipped with a dimmable LED light, a USB charging port, and a rather firm anti-allergy cushion. These sleek, minimalist cocoons were arranged in neat rows within the ancient stone chamber, their pristine white surfaces starkly contrasting with the rough-hewn walls and the lingering medieval gloom. The idea was to offer students a brief, restorative escape from the relentless pressures of academic life, a sanctuary where one could power nap between algorithms and essay crises. It was, in Dr. Finch's estimation, a stroke of genius, a practical application of the university's forward-thinking ethos within a historical setting. The fact that the chamber had once been a place of quiet, scholarly work, often stretching late into the night, seemed to escape his modern sensibilities entirely. It was simply a space ripe for repurposing. Enter Liam O'Malley, a third-year engineering student whose primary fuel source consisted of lukewarm instant coffee, and in the distant, ever-present hum of impending deadlines. Liam, a connoisseur of the midnight oil and a master of the last-minute cram, had, for the past 72 hours, been engaged in a valiant but ultimately futile battle against the laws of thermodynamics, or at least the thermodynamic principles governing his final project. His eyes, usually a vibrant shade of hazel, were now a bloodshot roadmap of exhaustion. His brain, typically a finely tuned machine of logical deduction, had devolved into a foggy swamp of half-formed equations and the recurring desire to simply lie down. News of the new nap room at the Abbey Library, an annex that had been surprisingly popular since its unveiling 2 weeks prior, reached Liam through the university grapevine, carried on a gust of desperate whispers and the scent of burnt toast from the cafeteria. It was, he decided, his last hope. The journey to the Abbey Library, a 20-minute walk from the main campus, felt like a trek across continents for Liam's weary limbs. He stumbled through the newly installed biometric entry gates, the automated voice greeting him with an unnervingly cheerful welcome. "Valued scholar." He shuffled past the pristine, glass-encased display of digitized medieval manuscripts, their pixels mocking the ancient craft. The main library hall, now brightly lit and filled with the low murmur of laptop keyboards, felt utterly alien compared to the dusty silence that the villagers associated with the place. He followed the strategically placed directional signs, all Helvetica font and aerographics, until he reached a discreetly marked oak door. It was here, in the antechamber to the nap room, that the faint, almost imperceptible scent of old paper and beeswax, reminiscent of the library proper, seemed to grow slightly stronger, clinging to the air like a shy, forgotten memory. A hushed reverence, perhaps from the monks who had once passed through, seemed to linger. He pushed open the door to the nap room, a soft hiss of air conditioning greeting him. The room was, as advertised, a tableau of modern tranquility. 5 occupied pods, each a luminous white cocoon, glowed softly in the dim light. A 6th, mercifully empty, beckoned to him from the far corner. Liam, with the single-minded determination of the truly exhausted, navigated the narrow aisles between the pods, his backpack slumping against the ancient stone wall with a soft thud that seemed to echo disproportionately in the quiet space. He slid himself into the available pod, the soft cushioning a revelation against his stiff spine. The dimmable light, set to its lowest, cast a comforting twilight around him. He plugged in his phone, set a silent alarm for 20 minutes, and, with a sigh that seemed to release the cumulative stress of 3 sleepless nights, closed his eyes. Sleep, an elusive phantom for so long, claimed him almost instantly, pulling him down into a comforting, dreamless void. It was not the silent alarm that roused Liam, nor the gentle hum of the building's ventilation system. It was instead a sound so subtle, so anachronistic, that for a long moment he wasn't entirely sure if he was awake or still caught in the murky throes of a fever dream. It was the distinct, crisp rustling of parchment, not the flimsy, agitated flutter of modern paper, but the thicker, more resonant sound of aged, prepared animal skin. It was a dry, papery whisper, like a secret being painstakingly unrolled. Liam's eyelids, heavy with the lingering tendrils of sleep, fluttered open. He was still in the pod, the dim light casting long shadows across the smooth white interior. The room was still quiet, save for the almost inaudible breathing of the other, sleeping students. Yet, the sound persisted. Scritch, scratch, rustle, copies, pumpkinly. He lifted his head, peering over the edge of his pod. The room was bathed in the soft, diffused glow from the other occupied pods. Nothing seemed amiss. No one was awake. No one was moving. He let his head fall back against the cushion, attributing the sound to a trick of the exhausted mind. Perhaps a faint echo from the old library, seeping through the walls. He closed his eyes again, trying to reclaim the rapidly dissipating peace. But then it came again, closer this time. Rustle, clack. Scritch, scritch, rustle. Aye. It sounded like someone was meticulously turning a very large, very old book, and not just turning pages, but perhaps making small, precise marks on them. A faint, almost imperceptible chill seemed to settle around him, distinct from the air conditioning. A chill that seemed to carry the faint, almost nostalgic scent of beeswax and ink. Liam's eyes snapped open again. He sat up fully this time, straining his ears. The sound seemed to be coming from the far end of the room, near the old, sealed-off stone archway that Dr. Finch had deemed structurally unsound, and had therefore been boarded up, awaiting future, far-off renovations. There was nothing there but the ancient wall, and beyond it, presumably, more of the library proper. Yet, the sounds continued. Philipp, Pontempier Sulanden, until Zurich. Russell, Pertuntis. A faint, almost mournful sigh. It wasn't a malicious sound, not a sound designed to terrify. It was a sound of immense, painstaking diligence. A sound of work being performed with an almost obsessive attention to detail. It was the sound of a librarian. A very, very old librarian. He squinted into the gloom, his sleep-addled brain struggling to comprehend. Could it be a janitor? But the university's cleaning staff only came in the dead of night, and their equipment was invariably loud, a symphony of industrial vacuums and clanking buckets. This was far too quiet, too precise. It was almost academic. He slowly, carefully, extended his hand from the pod, feeling for his phone. His fingers brushed against something on the floor of the pod, something not quite right. He fumbled for it, his vision still blurry. His fingers closed around a small, surprisingly heavy object. He pulled it into the dim light of his pod. It was a bookmark. Not a modern laminated university-branded bookmark, but a slender strip of aged vellum, intricately embroidered with a faded, almost imperceptible symbol that looked vaguely like an ornate letter, entwined with a P, and pressed into its surface, almost too faint to see, was the ghost of a fingerprint. A very small, very delicate fingerprint. Liam stared at it, his brain finally, reluctantly, registering the strangeness of the situation. He had not had this bookmark when he entered the pod. He was certain of it. His only bookmark was a torn corner of a takeaway menu. The rustling sounds continued, seemingly oblivious to his growing unease. They were not stopping. They were, if anything, growing slightly more insistent, as if a silent task was being performed with increasing urgency. It was then that Liam noticed something else. His phone, which he had meticulously plugged into the pod's charging port, was now unplugged, and nestled beside it, neatly folded, was a small, crudely drawn diagram. It depicted a series of what looked like ancient shelf markers, with a small, neatly labeled arrow pointing to one particular section and the faint, almost imperceptible, handwritten note, in script that looked undeniably antique. That read, "Missing volume, treatise on the proper placement of illuminated capitals, Waldolf. Teretun." A shiver, not of fear but of profound bewilderment, traced its way down Liam's spine. He looked at the unplugged phone, the strange bookmark, the odd diagram. He looked back at the general direction of the rustling sounds, which now included a faint thump, as if a heavy object had been gently placed on a table. The methodical nature of it all was what truly unsettled him. It wasn't a sudden bang, a blood-curdling scream, or a flickering light. It was the sound of someone, or something, tidying up, correcting perceived errors, pursuing an unseen, ancient task. It was, in its own way, far more disquieting than any jump scare could have been. It spoke of a presence so deeply ingrained in its routine that even the veil of death could not disrupt its administrative duties. Liam, a man of algorithms and binary code, found himself utterly out of his depth. He didn't believe in ghosts, not really. But the evidence before him, subtle yet undeniable, whispered of a dedication to order that transcended the corporeal. He slowly, carefully, began to retract himself from the pod, his movements as silent as he could make them. He didn't want to disturb whatever meticulous process was unfolding in the corner. He didn't want to be eye-correcting. He clutched the vellum bookmark and the strange diagram in his hand, a silent testament to his awakening. The rustling continued, a quiet, almost soothing sound in the grand scheme of things, but to Liam's frayed nerves, it was the most unsettling lullaby he had ever heard. The nap room, it seemed, was not merely a sanctuary for the weary, but a clandestine workspace for the perpetually diligent. And Liam O'Malley, for all his desperate need for sleep, found himself wide awake. The long, dark night, filled with the soft sounds of ancient scholarship, had only just begun. Chapter 3, Sister Agatha's Introduction. Liam O'Malley remained huddled within the sleek, impersonal confines of the nap pod. The strange vellum bookmark and the archaic diagram clutched tightly in his clammy hand. The rustling sounds from the far end of the room continued, a methodical, almost soothing symphony of aged paper and unseen industry. His mind, normally a fortress of logical deduction and engineering principles, was now a beleaguered outpost under siege by the utterly inexplicable. He had, at various points in his 21 years, encountered unexplained phenomena, a particularly stubborn bug in a coding sequence, the sudden, inexplicable disappearance of his favorite coffee mug, the baffling allure of interpretive dance, but never anything quite so bibliographic, the missing volume, the specific type of parchment, the careful corrections on his phone's position. It all spoke not of a poltergeist with a penchant for throwing things, but of a perfectionist with a profound lack of boundaries. he found himself, despite the profound weariness that had driven him to this monastic refuge, wide, wide awake. Every synapse in his brain fired with an intensity usually reserved for complex differential equations, but now directed solely at deciphering the unsettling puzzle before him. He strained his ears, trying to isolate the sounds, to give them a tangible source. It was like trying to pinpoint the origin of a draft in a cavernous room, endlessly elusive. The air in the nap room, which had previously been cool and uniformly regulated by the university's state-of-the-art climate control, began to subtly shift. Pockets of distinct coolness seemed to coalesce near Liam's pod. Not a sudden drop in temperature, but a creeping, almost imperceptible descent, as if a particularly large and silent cloud had drifted indoors. With it came a scent, fainter than the old paper and beeswax, yet undeniably present. A delicate, almost floral hint of dried lavender mingled with something else, something very old and very clean, like laundered linen that had been folded away for decades in a cedar chest. Liam held his breath, scarcely daring to move, his eyes, still adjusting to the perpetual twilight of the pod, darted around the quiet space, searching for any visual anomaly. The other students in their respective cocoons remained undisturbed, oblivious in their engineered slumber, their gentle snores a stark contrast to the quiet drama unfolding around Liam. Then he saw it, or rather, he sensed it first, a subtle distortion in the very fabric of the dim light that illuminated the far end of the room, near the boarded-up archway. It was not a shadow, for it seemed to absorb light rather than merely block it. It shimmered, a faint, almost translucent outline, like heat haze rising from an ancient stone pavement, yet strangely solid in its ethereal presence. As Liam watched, his heart thrumming an erratic rhythm against his ribs, the distortion began to resolve itself. First, a vague impression of a silhouette, slender and upright. Then, the undeniable form of a human figure cloaked in robes of indeterminate dark fabric, their edges seeming to melt into the ambient gloom. It was unmistakably the figure of a nun. Her habit, simple and unadorned, seemed to ripple with an unseen breeze, though not a single breath of air stirred within the sealed room. She was not glowing, nor did she emanate any malevolent aura. Instead, she seemed to be composed of muted light and shadow, a silent, almost contemplative presence. She drifted, rather than walked, towards the center of the room, her movements fluid and utterly silent, her feet never quite touching the polished concrete floor. Liam squeezed his eyes shut for a fleeting second, then opened them again, desperate for this vision to dissipate, to resolve into a misplaced cleaning cart or a cleverly arranged coat rack. But she remained, her form growing subtly more distinct with each passing moment, as if she were patiently materializing from the very dust motes of the old abbey. Her hands were clasped before her, slender and pale, and in one hand, Liam could now discern the faint outline of a small, leather-bound book, perhaps a breviary or a ledger, and a thin, elegant quill. Her head was bowed slightly, as if in contemplation, or perhaps in quiet observation. The rustling sounds had ceased the moment she began to coalesce, replaced by an unnerving silence, broken only by the distant, almost imperceptible hum of the university's ventilation system, and the very audible thumping of Liam's own heart. Finally she stopped, directly in front of Liam's pod. Her head slowly, deliberately, lifted. Liam felt a peculiar sensation, not unlike a cold breath on the back of his neck, as her gaze, though unseen, seemed to settle upon him. Her face was obscured by the shadows cast by her wimple, but he could just make out the faint pale oval of her chin and the suggestion of a narrow, rather severe mouth. There were no eyes, no discernible features, just an empty space where a face should have been. Yet the impression of intense scrutiny was undeniable. And then a sound. It was not a loud sound, not a ghostly wail or a rattling chain. It was a voice, soft and breathy, like the whisper of dry leaves on a still autumn afternoon, yet possessed of an undeniable, almost academic crispness. It was the voice of someone accustomed to quiet authority, someone whose pronouncements, however gentle, were never to be questioned. "Brother," the voice murmured, a sound that seemed to emanate from the very air around him, rather than from a specific point. Liam instinctively flinched, pulling back further into his pod, as if the plastic shell could offer him sanctuary from a disembodied voice. "Ronaldo, your posture is, to put it mildly, suboptimal. The spine, a most remarkable creation, is designed for alignment, for uprightness, for the diligent pursuit of knowledge, even in repose." Liam blinked, his mind struggling to process. His eye posturing? Of all the things a spectral nun could chide him for, after a night of being accosted by a vellum bookmark and a cryptic diagram, it was his napping posture? The absurdity of it was so profound that a small, almost hysterical giggle threatened to bubble up from his chest. He managed to suppress it, but the corners of his mouth twitched involuntarily. He looked down at himself, slouched awkwardly in the pod, his head lolling to one side, one leg half bent, the other stretched out. It was indeed a testament to anatomical slovenliness. "The purpose of this chamber," the voice continued, unwavering, its tone shifting from observation to gentle but firm admonition, "is not for the cultivation of unseemly contortions. It is a place of rejuvenation, of proper, restorative rest preparatory for the resumption of scholarly duties. How, pray tell, do you expect the divine spark of intellect to flourish when the very vessel it inhabits is treated with such a disregard for structural integrity?" Liam opened his mouth to speak, to offer some stammering defense about deadlines and thermodynamics, but no sound emerged. He was too utterly dumbfounded. A ghost, a real bona fide ghost, and she was giving him a lecture on ergonomics. The quiet reflection zone had indeed become a zone of profound reflection, though not in the way Dr. Finch had intended. The faint, almost imperceptible scent of dried lavender seemed to intensify slightly, as if the spectral nun were exhaling a gentle cloud of disapproval. Furthermore, the voice added, and Liam felt an almost physical sensation of being straightened, as if an invisible hand had just applied subtle but firm pressure to his slumped shoulders. "Your mobile device, a most peculiar contraption certainly, but its placement, obstructing the flow of quiet contemplation, and more importantly, unplugging when clearly intended for charging, indicates a profound lack of organizational foresight. A tidy mind, brother, is the foundation of true enlightenment." Liam glanced at his phone, still resting beside him, now undeniably unplugged. He remembered plugging it in. He had. He also remembered finding the diagram and the bookmark after the phone had been unplugged. A chilling thought, as cold as the pockets of air around him, crept into his mind. She hadn't just appeared. She had been there, watching, perhaps even interacting. The rustling sounds, the repositioned phone, the unsolicited diagram, it all pointed to an unseen presence, diligently, meticulously, correcting the perceived disorder of the nap room, one slumbering student at a time. The absurdity had shifted, subtly, into a chilling realization. This wasn't just a ghost. This was a one-manager ghost. A ghost with a clipboard and an obsessive need for tidiness. And this, the voice continued, with a hint of what Liam could only describe as professional exasperation, this crumpled confection of fried potato remnants you call a bookmark, Brother, the sanctity of a scholarly text demands respect. A proper marker, such as the one I thoughtfully provided, ensures no undue stress is placed upon the delicate spine of the tome, nor are greasy smudges transferred to its hallowed pages. Liam's eyes dropped to the vellum bookmark in his hand, then to the crumpled takeaway menu corner protruding from a textbook in his backpack that he'd used just hours ago. He hadn't even taken the book out in the pod. Had she gone into his backpack? The thought was so utterly bizarre, it almost bypassed the terror. A spectral nun, rummaging through his personal belongings, only to replace his unsanitary bookmark with a consecrated one. The very idea was mind-boggling. The faint, unseeing gaze seemed to linger on him. "I am Sister Euphemia," the voice stated, a slight shift in tone, as if delivering a standard, if spectral, introduction. "And this library, and all within its purview, remains under my diligent care. Even the newly designated quiet reflection and rejuvenation zone. Standards, brother, must be maintained, regardless of the changing times or the introduction of modern conveniences." A wave of profound, almost dizzying disbelief washed over Liam. Sister Euphemia, the legendary, obsessive librarian, the spectral caretaker of the Bequest. She wasn't a rumor. She was here, and she was utterly, devastatingly concerned about his posture and his choice of bookmark. The irony was so thick it could be cut with a very dull knife. He was face to face with an actual ghost, and she was behaving like an overly fastidious boarding school matron. "Now, if you would be so kind," Sister Euphemia's voice concluded, a gentle but unmistakable note of expectation in its ethereal timbre, "do endeavor to adjust your form. Proper rest begins with proper alignment. We wouldn't want to encourage a lifetime of poor spinal habits, would we? Not when the pursuit of knowledge requires such physical fortitude." With that, the faint, shimmering outline of Sister Euphemia began to recede, drifting silently back towards the boarded-up archway. Her form seemed to diffuse, to thin out into the ambient light and shadows, until she was once again merely a distortion in the air, a whisper of a presence, and then nothing at all. The lingering scent of lavender and old linen slowly dissipated. The uniform coolness of the room returned. Only the gentle snores of the other students, the distant hum of the ventilation, and Liam's ragged breathing broke the silence. He was alone again in the nap room, his spine now ridiculously, almost painfully, straight against the pod's cushion. He was wide awake, profoundly perplexed, and entirely convinced that the spectral world was far less dramatic, and far more administratively demanding than any horror movie had ever led him to believe. His nap, it seemed, had been thoroughly, if politely, sabotaged by a spirit committed to excellent posture and impeccable library etiquette. The challenge, he realized, would not be to escape the haunted library, but to simply get some sleep under the watchful, invisible eye of its meticulous spectral guardian. Chapter 4. The Rules of the Nap Room. Liam O'Malley remained as before, rigidly upright within the sleek white confines of the nap pod, his hands clamped around the mysterious vellum bookmark and the enigmatic diagram. His previous encounters with complex engineering problems, even those involving unforeseen variables and baffling equations, pallid in comparison to the existential quandary presented by Sister Agatha. A spectral nun, a stickler for posture, and a phantom librarian with a penchant for tidiness. It was a narrative curveball that no amount of late-night caffeine or frantic debugging could have prepared him for. He was, quite simply, flummoxed. His brain, which had for years processed information in neat, logical sequences, was now attempting to categorize ghostly ergonomic consultant and supernatural library etiquette enforcer, a task for which it had no established protocols. The profound exhaustion that had driven him to this monastic annex was now overshadowed by a hyper-alert state, a peculiar blend of incredulity, mild dread, and the deeply unsettling sensation of being meticulously, if invisibly, scrutinized. The gentle snorers of the other students in their pods were a distant, mocking counterpoint to his wide-awake internal monologue. He felt as if he were an exhibit in some spectral museum of improper napping, a living example of what not to do when seeking repose in a sacred, scholarly space. He slowly, carefully attempted to recline, hoping that perhaps the stern admonition was a one-time occurrence, a single exasperated outburst from a perpetually aggrieved spirit. He allowed his head to fall back against the cushion, letting his legs extend more naturally. No sooner had his muscles begun to relax than the familiar, almost imperceptible chill returned. Not a sudden gust, but a gradual, encompassing coolness that wrapped around his limbs. A subtle but firm pressure against his back and shoulders, subtly pushing him back into the upright, almost military posture he had adopted after Sister Agatha's previous ethereal lecture. It was as if invisible hands, simultaneously firm and delicate, were guiding his limbs, correcting his slump, and ensuring that every joint adhered to an unwritten, yet undeniably enforced, code of conduct. The faint scent of dried lavender, that signature fragrance of spectral disapproval, seemed to grow slightly more potent, a silent warning. Liam straightened instinctively, a shiver running down his spine that had nothing to do with the temperature. This was not a suggestion. This was a decree. He tried again, cautiously this time, attempting to shift onto his side, a position he found far more conducive to actual sleep. Immediately, the pressure intensified. His cushion, which moments before had felt soft and yielding, now seemed to solidify, becoming uncomfortably firm, almost unyielding. A soft, almost inaudible white-tooting zine seemed to drift on the air. Not a spoken word, but a resonant frequency of disapproval that resonated directly within his skull. He felt a distinct, gentle prodding at his hip, as if a ghostly elbow were insistently nudging him onto his back. It was infuriating in its subtlety, relentless in its insistence. There was no escaping it. He was being gently, yet firmly, herded into a very specific sleep position, one that felt profoundly unnatural to his modern comfort-seeking body. He sighed, a quiet, defeated sound, and slowly rolled onto his back, stretching his legs out straight, his arms resting lightly at his sides, as if laid out for inspection. The pressure immediately eased. The cushion softened. The ambient temperature returned to its regulated norm. Even the faint lavender scent seemed to diminish slightly, replaced by the mundane air of the air-conditioned room. A peculiar silence settled. Not just the absence of sound, but an almost palpable sense of quiet, ethereal satisfaction. It was then, as Liam lay stiffly on his back, eyes wide open and staring at the dim ceiling of his pod, that he began to decipher the unspoken rules of Sister Agatha's nap room. They were not posted on a bulletin board, nor were they emblazoned on a digital screen. They were communicated through an unsettling combination of subtle physical manipulation, a pervasive sense of spectral presence, and a clear, unwavering demand for a very particular kind of order. The first, and most baffling, rule was evidently the insistence on what Liam mentally categorized as 13th century monastic repose. This, as far as he could tell, involved lying absolutely flat on one's back, spine straight, limbs uncrossed, and hands folded respectfully over the abdomen or laid flat beside the body. No curling, no sprawling, no restless tossing and turning. It was a posture designed, perhaps, For quiet contemplation and minimal bodily distraction, not for the deep, restorative sleep of a perpetually sleep-deprived engineering student. He imagined medieval monks, roused at the slightest rustle of their rough habits, perpetually half awake and ready for matins. And the thought was not comforting. This was not a nap, it was a performance of piety, observed by an unseen critic. He tried, out of sheer intellectual curiosity, to cross his ankles. Immediately, a faint, almost imperceptible tremor ran through the pod, a slight vibration that seemed to emanate from the very walls. He uncrossed them. The tremor ceased. He attempted to turn his head to the side, to alleviate the stiffness in his neck. A sudden, sharp, but not painful, pressure pressed against his temple, firmly guiding his head back to the central. Upward-facing position. It was like being in an invisible, incredibly polite, but utterly unyielding straitjacket. The irony was not lost on him. He had come to the nap room to escape the rigid demands of his engineering project, only to find himself subject to an entirely new, entirely spectral set of unyielding principles. Beyond the perplexing sleep posture, other rules began to emerge. The first, as evidenced by his unplugged phone, was a demand for technological minimalism. He tried to pick up his phone to check the time, a frantic, almost instinctual urge. His fingers, however, seemed to meet an invisible barrier, a subtle force that resisted his attempt to lift the device. He could feel it, just out of reach, as if an invisible, delicate hand were gently pressing it back down. A soft, sighing sound, barely audible, seemed to fill the air, a sound of gentle disapproval. He reluctantly let go. No checking social media. No last-minute calculations. The nap room was clearly intended for pure rest, unadulterated by the distractions of the modern age. His attempts to even be thinking about his unfinished project were met with a curious mental fog, a sudden blankness that swept through his mind as if an unseen censor was gently but firmly redirecting his thoughts away from thermodynamics and towards, presumably, inner peace. Another unstated rule, he quickly surmised, was one of absolute and unwavering silence. Not just audible silence, but a profound internal quietude. Every time a restless thought sparked in his mind, every time his leg twitched with an unconscious urge to move, he felt that familiar chill, that subtle pressure, that almost imperceptible sound of disapproval. It was as if Sister Agatha could sense the very flicker of his inner unrest, a silent scolding for any deviation from perfect quiescent stillness. The gentle snores from the other pods, however, seemed to remain unchastised. Perhaps Sister Agatha possessed a nuanced understanding of human sleep, distinguishing between the involuntary sounds of slumber and the conscious fidgeting of an insomniac. Or perhaps, Liam mused darkly, he was simply the first to push her spectral buttons, the unfortunate guinea pig in her grand experiment of enforced monastic tranquility. The very air itself seemed to convey the rules. There was an insistent white goddess silence, a gravity that demanded stillness. He could almost feel an unseen presence meticulously hovering, assessing, correcting. It wasn't menacing, not in the traditional sense of a haunting. There were no cold spots that sent shivers of terror down his spine, no flickering lights or slamming doors. It was simply a profound, unyielding expectation of perfect adherence to a long-forgotten monastic code of conduct. It was the haunting of a meticulous administrator, a spectral manager whose KPIs revolved around the proper alignment of spines and the pristine condition of inner peace. And Liam, with his engineering mind, found this deeply fascinating in its absurd logic, even as it drove him slowly but surely to the brink of utter, wide-awake madness. He closed his eyes again, determined to force himself into sleep, to escape this bizarre, uninvited spiritual wellness retreat. He focused on his breathing, trying to make it slow and even, remembering the specific details of Sister Agatha's voice, the dry whisper, the academic crispness, the underlying authority. He imagined himself perfectly flat, a plank of wood, his thoughts as still as a polished floor. He tried to embrace the discomfort, to reframe it as a form of peculiar, involuntary meditation. But the more he tried to impose his will upon his body, the more the subtle corrections persisted. If his shoulders slumped even a millimeter, a gentle pressure corrected them. If his breathing grew even slightly ragged with impatience, the faint floral scent would intensify. A silent admonition. It was a battle of wills between a modern, sleep-deprived student and a spectral entity whose commitment to 13th century ergonomic principles was apparently stronger than the veil between life and death. The nap room, designed by the university to be a haven of restorative rest, had become, for Liam, a bizarre, silent battleground, a crucible for the clash of eras. He lay there perfectly still, perfectly straight, perfectly exasperated, listening to the soft, rhythmic breathing of his fellow students, who seemed blissfully unaware of the meticulous spectral supervision governing their repose. He wondered if they too had received invisible lectures on posture, or if he was a special case, singled out for his egregious slouching habits. The vellum bookmark and the enigmatic diagram lay beside him on the pod floor, silent, tangible proofs of his encounter. A curious set of souvenirs from his unwilling initiation into the strict, baffling, and utterly unyielding rules of Sister Agatha's domain. The pursuit of knowledge, it seemed, now included mastering the forgotten art of monastic napping, under the watchful, unseeing eye of a very particular, very persistent, spectral supervisor. And Liam, despite his profound need for sleep, felt more awake than ever, contemplating the absurd, quiet, meticulous haunting that had chosen him as its subject. Chapter 5. A History of Haunted Naps. Liam O'Malley, after extricating himself from the nap room with a quiet, almost surgical precision, did not immediately rush to inform the campus police or publish a viral video on TikTok. His engineering mind, while temporarily derailed by spectral admonitions regarding lumbar support, still retained a fundamental skepticism of the overtly supernatural. Besides, how does one succinctly explain to a university dean that a ghost nun just chastised your posture and reorganized your phone? The experience, while utterly disquieting, had been more peculiar than terrifying. Like being tutored by a particularly fastidious, yet invisible, elderly relative, he found himself, paradoxically, more bewildered than frightened. The vellum bookmark and the enigmatic diagram of shelf placements remained in his pocket, a peculiar set of tangible, if baffling, souvenirs from his encounter. He chose instead a more academic, if equally unusual, course of action. He sought out the university's head of special collections and archival studies, Dr. Penelope Quibble. Dr. Penelope Quibble was, in many ways, the antithesis of Dr. Alistair Finch. Where Finch embodied the gleaming, efficient future, Dr. Quibble resided, quite literally and spiritually, in the meticulously preserved dust of the past. Her office, tucked away in a remote, rarely visited corner of the university's oldest building, thus less an office and more carefully curated archaeological dig site of forgotten knowledge. Stacks of yellowing documents formed precarious towers. Antique map cases jutted out like dormant geological formations, and the air perpetually hummed with the dry, comforting scent of ancient paper, and the faint, elusive aroma of scholarly neglect. Dr. Quibble herself, a woman of indeterminate age with spectacles perpetually perched on the tip of her nose and an unwavering enthusiasm for obscure historical footnotes, greeted Liam with a distracted nod. her gaze already returning to a particularly challenging piece of 17th century monastic correspondence she was attempting to decipher. Liam, fumbling for words, managed to present his case, laying out the bookmark, the diagram, and recounting, in as neutral and fact-based a manner as possible, the precise details of his disturbing non-nap bite. He omitted the spectral nun, referring only to an unseen presence and a very specific and insistent sensation of being repositioned. Dr. Quibble listened, her head cocked to one side, a faint, almost imperceptible smile playing on her lips. She picked up the vellum bookmark, her gnarled fingers tracing the faded embroidery. "Ah, yes," she murmured, her voice a dry whisper, like the rustle of aged parchment itself. The M entwined with the, a rather obscure symbol, even for monastic orders, rarely seen outside of certain contemplative communities, usually associated with, well, with the meticulous transcription of particularly dense theological works. And this diagram, with its faint notes on missing volumes, most curious. She seemed less surprised by Liam's tale of unseen forces than by the archival details themselves. For Dr. Quibble, the spectral was merely another, albeit less documented, form of historical data. The very next day, Dr. Quibble, armed with a battery-powered lantern, a dust mask, and an almost childlike sense of anticipation, ventured into the previously untouched depths of the Abbey of St. Jude's original monastic archives, a section of the library that had been deemed too structurally precarious for the main university renovation. This was where the true, unfiltered history of the Abbey lay, undisturbed for centuries. The air was thicker here, heavy with the weight of time and the accumulated dust of generations. Cobwebs hung like fragile lace tapestries, and the faint, almost sweet scent of decaying organic matter mingled with the persistent aroma of old paper. It was a place where silence was not merely the absence of sound, but a palpable entity, a living thing. She began her meticulous work, sifting through ancient ledgers, tattered chronicles, and bundles of letters tied with brittle, faded ribbon. Each document, each faded ink stroke, whispered tales of forgotten routines, monastic squabbles over the precise temperature of the refectory, and the occasional, surprisingly mundane, miracle. But as days turned into weeks, and Dr. Quibble became intimately acquainted with the lives of the long-dead inhabitants of St. Jude's, a peculiar pattern began to emerge, a recurring theme that went beyond the usual monastic complaints of damp cells and overly rigorous fasting schedules. There were increasingly frequent, if obliquely worded, entries concerning the library, and more specifically, the behavior of the monks within it. One of the earliest references, from a chronicle dated to the early 14th century, spoke of Brother Gregory, a man of steadfast piety but unfortunate somnambulism, found on the third nocturne, with the great Psalter of St. Cyprian clutched to his breast, seeking its proper place amongst the illuminated Gospels, though he professed no memory of his nocturnal wanderings. Later, entries became more specific, more frequent. Brother Thomas, discovered in the pre-dawn hours rearranging the treatises on horticulture, mumbling of the lamentable misfiling of the chamomile scrolls, or, even more tellingly, our esteemed Brother Francis, prone to restless sleep, awoken in the library's scriptorium, meticulously realigning the quills upon the desks, claiming a compulsion to restore divine order to misplaced implements, despite having retired to his cell a full 4 hours prior. The common thread was undeniable. Monks, particularly those inclined to restless sleep or peculiar dreams, were frequently found in the library, performing acts of meticulous organization, often with no conscious recollection of their actions. Dr. Quibble's dry, academic amusement began to curdle into something more akin to fascinated apprehension. These weren't just isolated incidents. They formed a continuous narrative, a recurring phenomenon throughout the Abbey's history, always centered around the library, and always involving a subconscious drive for absolute order. It was as if the library itself possessed an exacting, invisible will, nudging its inhabitants towards perfect tidiness even in their sleep. Then she found the entries related to cursed manuscripts. These were not tales of dark magic or demonic possession, but of something far more subtly unnerving. A 15th century diary of an abbot, perpetually exasperated, recounted, Brother Anselm having misplaced the 3rd volume of St. Augustine's City of God on the shelf, reserved for medicinal herbals, thereafter suffered a persistent and most aggravating itch between his shoulder blades that would not cease until the volume was returned to its rightful place, whereat the itch vanished instantly, to his considerable relief and our collective bewilderment. Another, a complaint from a novice master, detailed how a particularly restless novice, after carelessly dog-earing a page in a rare illuminated bestiary, found that every other book he opened would immediately fall open to the exact same dog-eared page, regardless of its original contents, driving him to such distraction that he voluntarily spent 3 days in solitary penance, meticulously flattening every page in the bestiary. The curses, it became apparent to Dr. Quibble, were not designed to inflict harm, but to compel compliance, to subtly but firmly enforce the meticulous rules of the library. They were administrative punishments, karmic paper cuts for dereliction of bibliophilic duty. The deeper she delved, the more evident it became that the library had always been under the dominion of a profoundly obsessive spirit of order. This spirit, it seemed, manifested not as terrifying apparitions, but as an almost preternatural neatness, an inexplicable compulsion for those within its walls to maintain perfect organization, or suffer increasingly inconvenient, if not outright absurd, consequences. The sleepwalking monks were not afflicted by some general malady. They were, in essence, being gently but firmly directed by the library itself to correct perceived imperfections. They were, in the parlance of modern management, being unconsciously nudged towards continuous improvement. And then she found it. A series of personal entries remarkably well preserved, from the hand of Sister Euphemia herself, dating from the late 19th and early 20th centuries. The script was precise, elegant, and chillingly meticulous. Sister Euphemia described her lifelong dedication to the library, her profound belief that order is the first law of heaven, and most particularly of the printed word. She detailed her frustrations with the slovenly habits of certain novitiates, the way some souls treat a sacred folio as if it were a common grocery list. But it was her later entries that truly illuminated the strange legacy of St. Jude's. She wrote of developing a symbiotic relationship with the library, an almost telepathic understanding of its needs and desires. She spoke of being able to sense when a volume was misplaced, when a page was dog-eared, even when a student was contemplating an impropriety within the sacred confines of the stacks. And most chillingly, she wrote of her duty to ensure that standards were maintained, even after her own physical dissolution. She believed, with an unshakable certainty, that her spirit would remain tethered to the library, a perpetual guardian, a spectral administrator dedicated to its flawless operation. For if I cannot tend to these precious works in life, she had penned in a particularly neat flourish, then surely in death my vigilance shall be even more profound, unburdened by the frailties of the flesh. Dr. Quibble closed the fragile ledger, a faint shiver tracing its way down her spine that had nothing to do with the temperature of the archive. Sister Euphemia had not only believed she would continue her work, she had actively and successfully willed it to be so. The sleepwalking monks were not victims of a curse, but unwitting instruments of a spectral librarian's unwavering dedication. The cursed manuscripts were merely the mechanisms through which Sister Euphemia subtly, but effectively, enforced her rules. And Liam O'Malley, in his modern nap-pod, had simply stumbled into a meticulously maintained, centuries-old system of spectral oversight. The nap room, designed by Dr. Finch for human rest, was, to Sister Euphemia, merely another section of her sprawling dominion. A quiet annex where proper repose and perfect posture were as crucial as the correct shelving of a theological treatise. Dr. Quibble realized that the university had not merely acquired a library, they had inherited an entire, self-regulating, posthumous system of meticulous, ghostly librarianship, headed by a spirit whose sense of duty transcended the very boundaries of mortality. The problem was not that the library was haunted. The problem was that it was simply too well managed, and the students seeking quiet solace were now subject to the precise, unyielding, and entirely invisible rules of a very particular, very persistent, medieval administrator. The thought, strangely, filled Dr. Quibble not with dread, but with a profound academic fascination. This was a historical phenomenon unlike any she had ever encountered. A living, breathing, or rather non-breathing, example of historical continuity enforced by sheer, unadulterated dedication. The university had indeed, as the Bequest had rather ominously hinted, acquired a spectral caretaker, and she was evidently not planning on retiring. Chapter 6. The Penitential Pillow. Liam O'Malley's subsequent days were, in a word, peculiar. The experience in the nap room, far from providing the desperately needed rest, had instead gifted him a profound, wide-awake bewilderment. He found himself scrutinizing every shadow, listening for every subtle rustle, and most unnervingly, perpetually aware of his own posture, even when hunched over his thermodynamics textbook in the solitude of his dorm room. The vellum bookmark and the archaic diagram of missing volumes remained tucked into his wallet, a constant, tangible reminder that his mind had not, in fact, fractured under the pressure of final projects. He had, with a rare burst of cautious courage, confided his tale to his closest friend, an equally sleep-deprived philosophy student named Chloe, who, after a prolonged silence and a speculative sip of lukewarm energy drink, suggested he might benefit from a brief sabbatical in a very quiet, very padded room. Clearly, the spectral admonitions of Sister Euphemia were not easily translated into the modern vernacular of student life. His discussion with Dr. Penelope Quibble, however, had provided a strange sense of validation, a quiet academic nod to the improbable. He knew now that he was not alone in sensing the unusual currents that flowed through the ancient stones of the Abbey Library. The phenomenon of the penitential pillow began subtly, almost imperceptibly, as most truly persistent oddities tend to. It was not a sudden dramatic appearance, but a slow, creeping infiltration into the daily academic lives of the university's students. Initially, it was dismissed as a supply error, a misplaced delivery, or perhaps even a particularly unfunny student prank. The first reports emerged from the main study hall of the newly renovated Abbey Library, a grand, high-ceilinged space where modern students, bathed in the soft glow of LED lights, hunched over their laptops. A student returning to their designated study, Carol, after a brief, necessary foray to the coffee machine, would find it there, a pillow. Not one of the university's sleek, branded throw pillows, or one of the ergonomically designed cushions from the nap pods. This was different. This was golding. The pillow was invariably a square, roughly 14 inches on each side, though its dimensions seemed to shift subtly, as if unwilling to commit to a precise measurement. It was covered in a coarse, undyed linen, a shade somewhere between faded ecru and dust-stained beige. The fabric itself felt stiff, almost unyielding, with a texture reminiscent of burlap that had been aged by centuries of forgotten hands and unwashed neglect. Its stuffing, whatever it might be, was profoundly lumpy, resisting any attempt to shape it into a more comfortable form. One side might bulge with a cluster of what felt like dried peas or tiny pebbles, while another would sink into an almost concave hollow. It possessed no discernible scent, save for a faint elusive hint of something ancient and dry, like the inside of a forgotten cedar chest after a particularly dry summer. And yet, it was always impeccably clean, free of dust or grime, as if it had just been freshly laundered in some ethereal monastic soap. Students, at first, would simply brush it aside, assuming it was lost property. They would place it on the floor, or on an empty chair nearby, perhaps even attempt to tuck it into a discarded plastic bag. But here was where the peculiar diligence of the pillow and its unseen purveyor became evident. Upon returning from a bathroom break, or after fetching another textbook, the pillow would be back, not precisely where it had been, but always, unequivocally, on their chair. It would be positioned with an almost unnerving precision, centered perfectly on the seat, as if awaiting their return. This silent, persistent reappearance became a source of mounting, low-level frustration to dire. Students would experiment, placing it in ludicrous locations on top of a towering stack of books, balanced precariously on a potted plant, even attempting to jam it into an overflowing recycling bin. Yet, with a quiet, unyielding inevitability, it would always return to their chair. The real peculiarity of the pillow, however, lay not in its uninvited persistence, but in its subtle psychological effects. When a student, exhausted by the futile game of hide the historical pillow, finally conceded and sat upon it, a strange sensation would invariably follow. It was not comfortable. Indeed, it was quite the opposite. The lumps would dig into one's posterior, the coarse fabric would chafe, and the overall effect was one of subtle, persistent discomfort. Yet, as one sat upon it, a curious straightening of the spine would occur. It was not a conscious act. It felt, instead, as if the pillow itself possessed a peculiar, internal rigidity, a hidden skeletal structure that gently, but firmly, encouraged an upright, almost monastic posture. One found oneself sitting straighter, shoulders subtly pulled back, head held a little higher, as if preparing for a particularly exacting lesson in calligraphy or a prolonged session of manuscript transcription. The discomfort, rather than leading to squirming and slouching, seemed to subtly compel adherence to a very specific, very ancient, ergonomic idea. Conversations among students in the library's break rooms and whispered exchanges in the hushed corridors began to revolve around the lumpy ghost pillow. No one could explain it. The security cameras, reviewed meticulously by Dr. Finch after a flurry of baffled student complaints, showed absolutely nothing untoward. The chairs would be empty then, in the blink of an eye, or rather. Between surveillance camera refresh rates, the pillow would simply be there. Dr. Finch, being a man of logic and verifiable data, attributed it to mass hysteria, a particularly elaborate and well-coordinated student prank, or possibly a subtle glitch in the newly installed AI-driven custodial robotics. He commissioned a study on the psychological effects of prolonged screen time on perception, and ordered new, extra-large, clearly branded Metropolitan University cushions for every study chair, a futile attempt to replace the persistent anomaly. The new cushions were, of course, entirely ignored by the ancient lumpy textile. Ilnsinium, observing these phenomena from a safe distance, felt a grim, almost vindicated satisfaction. He knew the source. This was Sister Euphemia's next phase of academic intervention. The nap pods had been a targeted personal attack on his posture. The pillows, however, were a mass-market solution, a broad application of her exacting standards across the entire student body. It was a rather efficient, if entirely spectral, system of quality control. He noticed that students who habitually slouched over their laptops, their spines curved into question marks of digital fatigue, seemed to be particularly favored by the pillow. It would appear on their chairs with almost zealous regularity, its lumpy discomfort a silent, persistent admonition against ergonomic negligence. He saw one student, a notorious sloucher named Maya, furiously attempting to hurl the pillow across the room, only for it to land with a soft gate tumpum directly back onto her seat, as if guided by an unseen, exasperated hand. Maya ultimately resorted to simply standing at her carrel, occasionally glaring at the pillow as it sat mockingly on her chair. Dr. Penelope Quibble, however, was delighted when Liam showed her the increasing mentions of the lumpy ghost pillow on the university's anonymous student forums. Her eyes gleamed with academic interest. "Ah, yes," she mused, tapping a long, unmanicured finger on a particularly yellowed page from a 16th-century monastic diary that described a peculiar discomfort visited upon Brother Cletus, whose slouched posture during scripture reading caused him such subtle but persistent aching in his lower back that he was compelled to craft a small, rather unyielding cushion from horsehair, finding that only its stern support brought him a measure of peace, though he could not recall where he had acquired the sudden inspiration for its design. She had, in her deeper delving into the archives, found numerous references to specific types of monastic cushions, often filled with materials chosen for their firmness rather than softness, designed not for comfort in the modern sense, but for the cultivation of proper, upright posture during long hours of study, prayer, and arduous transcription. These were not pillows for luxurious slumber, but tools for discipline, aids to physical and spiritual rectitude. The penitential pillow, Dr. Quibble deduced, was a manifestation of Sister Euphemia's continued efforts to ensure proper scholarly conduct and physical comportment. It was her answer to the modern university's ergonomic chairs and soft furnishings, a spectral counter-argument to the perceived slovenliness of contemporary academic life. The students, in their unwitting use of these strange, lumpy objects, were not merely sitting on an uncomfortable cushion. They were engaging, however reluctantly, in a centuries-old monastic tradition of self-correction, guided by a spirit whose commitment to good posture was unwavering, even in the afterlife. It was less a haunting, Dr. Quibble mused, and more posthumous coaching program, a ghostly attempt at a wellness initiative focused on spinal alignment and attentive scholarship. The humor, dry and dark, was not lost on her. The students came seeking knowledge, quiet study, and perhaps a quick nap. Sister Euphemia, it seemed, was determined to provide all three, but strictly on her own medieval terms, ensuring that comfort came with a side of penance, and that every spine, living or otherwise, was held to the highest standard of uprightness. The Abbey Library was not just a repository of ancient texts, it was, increasingly, a subtle, spectral boot camp for the chronically slouched, managed by a very particular, very persistent, and utterly unyielding spiritual director. And the students, bless their unsuspecting souls, were the unwitting participants in her grand post-mortem experiment in ergonomic monasticism. Chapter 7. The Midnight Matins Disturbance. The Abbey Library, for all its newly acquired modern amenities and Dr. Alistair Finch's relentless pursuit of functional efficiency, retained an undeniable, deeply ingrained character. As the sun dipped below the horizon, painting the ancient stone walls in hues of bruised purple and melancholic gray, and the main campus libraries closed their doors with the resounding thud of exhausted academic freedom, a dedicated cadre of students would descend upon St. Jude's. These were the night owls, the deadline-driven, the insomniac scholars for whom the quiet, often unnervingly still, atmosphere of the Abbey Library offered a peculiar kind of solace. The hum of the server racks and the faint glow of laptop screens replaced the candles and quills of centuries past. But the relentless pursuit of knowledge, or at least a passing grade, remained the central, driving force. The penitential pillows, those ubiquitous lumps of enforced posture, had by now become an accepted, if intensely irritating, part of the furniture, universally cursed yet inexplicably endured. Students had even developed a peculiar, almost ritualistic method of seating themselves upon them, a quick adjustment, a muttered expletive, and then a resigned ramrod-straight posture that would have made any medieval abbot proud. Among this nocturnal cohort was a young woman named Sarah, a linguistics major whose current obsession was the intricate grammar of Proto-Indo-European. She thrived in the late hours, finding a clarity amidst the quiet that eluded her during the bustling daytime. Her study carrel was nestled deep within the main reading hall, near one of the ancient, towering windows that still retained faint traces of the original stained glass, now largely obscured by centuries of grime and the strategic placement of external air conditioning units. Sarah, like many of her peers, had learned to ignore the subtle oddities of the Abbey Library, the inexplicable neatness of returned books, the lingering scent of beeswax and old paper even after industrial cleaning, and, of course, the unyielding presence of the lumbar correcting cushions. She dismissed them as charming eccentricities of an old building, perhaps even a clever, if slightly sadistic, psychological experiment orchestrated by the university's behavioral science department. She certainly wasn't one to believe in ghosts. Not with a dissertation on diachronic phonology due in less than a week. It began subtly, as all good, or perhaps profoundly inconvenient, hauntings do, just after midnight, as the last of the day's casual visitors departed and the library settled into its deep, almost ceremonial quiet. Zara noticed it. A sound, faint at first, like the softest murmur of wind through a distant unlatched window. It was melodic, a low, resonant drone that seemed to vibrate in the very stones of the abbey. She paused, her finger hovering over her keyboard, frowning. It wasn't the air conditioning, nor the distant drone of campus traffic. It possessed a peculiar, almost organic quality, a human resonance. She dismissed it as a pipe sighing, or perhaps the ancient building settling in for the night. She returned to her declensions, attempting to ignore the new, unsettling hum. But the hum persisted, and with each passing minute, it grew infinitesimally stronger, subtly clarifying, until it resolved into something undeniably, unmistakably human. It was a voice, or rather, a chorus of voices, singing in unison, a deep, resonant, and utterly foreign sound to the ears of a modern student. It was Gregorian chant, pura, unadon, monastic. The melodies, ancient and haunting, rose and fell in a slow, hypnotic rhythm, filling the vast, vaulted space of the main reading hall. It was the sound of Matins, the traditional monastic night prayer, typically sung in the deepest hours of darkness, long before dawn. It was the sound of souls diligently performing their sacred duties while the rest of the world slept. And it was happening, audibly and inexplicably, in the Metropolitan University of Applied Sciences' newly renovated Abbey Library. Sarah froze, her fingers suspended mid-air above her keyboard. She looked up, her gaze sweeping across the cavernous room. A few other students, scattered throughout the hall, had also stopped, heads lifted from laptops, eyes widened in confused dismay. One student, a burly computer science major named Marcus, who usually looked impervious to anything less than a direct power outage, slowly pulled off his noise-canceling headphones, his brow furrowed in baffled incomprehension. The chanting, a peculiar blend of soothing and deeply unsettling, filled the room, seeping into every corner, echoing off the newly polished floors and bouncing off the modern acoustic panels. It was profoundly out of place, a time-displaced sound wave that had somehow bypassed centuries of progress to assert its presence. And then, woven into the ethereal fabric of the chanting, came another sound, a soft but distinct, not a human sigh of tiredness or exasperation, but a sound that felt more like a gentle exhalation of ancient air, carrying with it a profound, almost spiritual disapproval. It was passive-aggressive, certainly, but in a way that defied earthly convention. It wasn't loud, but it seemed to settle directly onto one's shoulders, a feather-light weight of judgment. The chanting would swell, then that sigh would float over it, a subtle, ethereal tut-tutting, as if the singers were not quite hitting the right liturgical note, or perhaps were not quite showing the proper solemnity in their midnight devotions. It carried the faint, familiar scent of dried lavender, that telltale signature of Sister Euphemia's presence. Sarah knew. She hadn't seen Sister Euphemia, not yet, but Liam O'Malley's increasingly frantic whispers about a spectral librarian and her rigorous standards for posture had taken root in her mind. And now, the meticulous phantom was adding nocturnal worship to her curriculum. The thought, strangely, made Zara want to laugh, a strained, almost hysterical giggle that she quickly stifled. Here they were, 21st century students, trying to master quantum physics and economic theory, and they were being subjected to a ghostly Gregorian wake-up call, complete with a supervisory spiritual sigh. Marcus, the computer science major, let out a frustrated growl. He slammed his fist lightly on his desk. The chanting faltered for a fraction of a second, then resumed, subtly louder, more insistent, and with it, a longer, more pronounced sigh, almost mournful in its passive-aggressive judgment. It was as if Sister Euphemia was communicating directly. This is important. Show respect. Kandan is unli. Clearly agitated, fumbled for his phone, selected a particularly aggressive heavy metal track, and cranked up the volume on his headphones, which he then clamped firmly back over his ears. For a brief moment, the cacophony of distorted guitars and ancient plainsong battled for supremacy in the hallowed hall. The heavy metal track lasted approximately 37 seconds. Then, without warning, Marcus's headphones went dead. Utterly, completely dead. The screen of his phone flickered, then displayed a message. Battery depleted. Please ensure devices are properly charged and used for academically appropriate pursuits. And the chanting, pristine and unwavering, filled the silence once more. A collective, internal groan rippled through the remaining students. They exchanged wary glances. This wasn't just noise, it was targeted. It was a eye correction. Sister Euphemia, it seemed, had no patience for modern distractions during Matins. Or perhaps she simply deemed heavy metal to be liturgically inappropriate for the quiet hours of scholarly contemplation. The passive-aggressive sighs seemed to intensify, weaving in and out of the chanting, sometimes sounding like a gentle, disapproving breeze, other times like the soft, almost imperceptible rustle of an ancient habit in silent, exasperated motion. It was the sound of a very patient, very persistent, very displeased spiritual directress. Sarah, despite her scientific leanings, found herself unable to focus on Proto-Indo-European. The chanting, once an intriguing novelty, was now an inescapable, monotonous background. It wasn't loud enough to truly be a nuisance, but it was just present enough, just persistent enough, to prevent any deep concentration. It was like a particularly irritating earworm, except this earworm was centuries old and performed by an invisible choir of highly dedicated, presumably spectral nuns. She could almost feel the weight of Sister Euphemia's unseen gaze, assessing her ability to maintain focus, perhaps even silently correcting her internal monologue for any impure thoughts related to the untimely nature of the ghostly devotions. She found herself subconsciously straightening her posture on the penitential pillow, her shoulders squared, her chin slightly raised, as if attempting to show due reverence for the spectral service. As the hours crept by, the chanting continued its unwavering performance. It didn't grow louder or softer, it simply wasked. The Gregorian melodies, once alien, began to seep into Zara's consciousness, their ancient patterns embedding themselves in her mind, a strange, haunting counterpoint to the syntax trees of her linguistic studies. She noticed other students slowly, resignedly, packing up their belongings, their faces etched with a peculiar mixture of frustration and bewildered awe. There was no point in arguing with a disembodied choir. There was no complaint form for spectral liturgical disruptions. The Abbey Library, it seemed, came with its own unique, deeply traditional, and utterly non-negotiable set of midnight rules. By 3 a.m., the library was almost empty. Only Zara and a handful of other truly desperate students remained, huddled in their carrels, their work largely abandoned, listening to the unchanging, centuries-old soundtrack of monastic devotion. The passive-aggressive sighs continued, sometimes almost imperceptible, sometimes seemingly amplified to a resonant, disapproving huff that seemed to settle in the very air around them. It was a haunting design not to terrify, but to gently, meticulously, and utterly relentlessly reshape one's habits. Sister Euphemia, in her continued dedication to the Abbey and its spiritual integrity, was clearly not just a librarian. She was a spiritual guide, a monastic disciplinarian, and a posthumous choirmaster, ensuring that even in a modern university, the ancient rhythms of prayer and penance were never truly forgotten. And for the sleep-deprived students, the ghostly Matins was less a terror and more a profound, unsettling inconvenience, a nightly reminder that some traditions, however archaic, were simply not to be interrupted, especially not by the mundane pursuit of a bachelor's degree. The night, Zara realized, was no longer just for studying. It was for enduring, for observing, and for subtly, reluctantly submitting to the enduring, diligent, and deeply particular will of the Abbey's spectral caretaker. Chapter 8. The Case of the Disappearing Snorer. The Abbey Library, once a place of quiet, showy solitude, had, under the Metropolitan University's well-meaning but often clumsy modernization, become a strange hybrid. Its hallowed halls now echoed with the muted clatter of keyboards and the faint, digital whispers of countless data streams. The nap room, in particular, remained a site of profound, if peculiar, tension. Students, having grudgingly accepted the omnipresence of the penitential pillows and the subtle, unwavering demand for monastic posture, now approached the ergonomic cocoons with a cautious reverence, a quiet apprehension that went beyond mere respect for quiet study. Liam O'Malley, having experienced Sister Euphemia's disciplinary techniques firsthand, found himself both a reluctant expert and a perpetually sleep-deprived observer of the unfolding spectral saga de Odidi Handilondhan, He, along with Zara, the linguistics major, and a growing number of other nocturnal scholars, had developed a finely tuned sixth sense for the presence of the spectral librarian. Recognizing the subtle shifts in air temperature, the faint, dry whisper of old paper, and the ever-present, passive-aggressive scent of dried lavender that signaled Sister Euphemia's vigilant presence, They had learned to differentiate between the gentle, almost maternal nudges and the more insistent, almost exasperated corrections. The midnight Matins, with its Gregorian melodies and accompanying spectral sighs, had become a regular, if profoundly unwelcome, soundtrack to their late-night studies, another layer in the Abbey's increasingly complex tapestry of peculiar rules. Then came Barry. Barry Jenkins was a human anomaly in any quiet space, a gravitational singularity for sound. His very existence seemed to defy the laws of acoustic dampening. A second-year sports science student, Barry possessed a physical robustness that extended, unfortunately, to his respiratory system. He was, by his own cheerfully ignorant admission, a power napper, capable of falling into a deep, instantaneous slumber that almost immediately transitioned into a magnificent, resonant snore. It was not a gentle, rhythmic wheeze, nor polite, intermittent nasal rumble. Barry's snore was a full-bodied, guttural, almost orchestral performance. It began as a low, resonant rumble, a subterranean growl from the depths of his chest, gathering momentum as it rose to a crescendo of nasal trumpeting punctuated by wet, almost percussive gurgles, and culminating in a triumphant, shuddering rasp that seemed to vibrate the very air. To be in the nap room with Barry was to experience a sonic assault, a challenge to the very concept of quiet contemplation. He had, on more than one occasion, been gently nudged awake by fellow students, only to respond with a confused grunt and an immediate resumption of his raucous repose. He was oblivious, utterly and profoundly oblivious, to the disruption he caused, a true master of profound, self-contained slumber. On this particular Tuesday evening, Barry had claimed the central nap pod, a position that amplified his unique acoustic talents to their fullest, almost symphonic potential. He had settled in, adjusted his ergonomic cushion, unaware, of course, of the penitential pillow hidden beneath it, patiently awaiting his disregard, and within moments, the nap room was filled with the rhythmic, seismic vibrations of his slumber. The other students present Liam, attempting to review complex engineering diagrams, Zara, wrestling with the intricacies of Proto-Indo-European verb tenses, and a handful of others desperately seeking solace from deadlines, exchanged weary, exasperated glances. They had learned to tolerate the occasional snore, the gentle breath of exhausted classmates. But Barry was in a league of his own. His snores were not merely sound, they were a violation of the Abbey's carefully cultivated, deeply ingrained quietude. The subtle signs of Sister Euphemia's displeasure began almost immediately. The air in the nap room grew noticeably cooler, not just the uniform coolness of the climate control, but pockets of distinct, almost pointed chill that seemed to coalesce around Barry's pod. The faint scent of dried lavender, usually a subtle whisper, now intensified, becoming a thick, almost cloying presence, like a cloud of spectral disapproval. Liam, from his own pod a few rows away, felt the penitential pillow beneath him subtly harden, its lumps pressing with renewed, almost punitive, insistence against his lower back. A soft, almost inaudible vitututinzi seemed to echo in the space between Barry's thunderous exhalations, a sound that only those attuned to the Abbey's unseen mistress could discern. It was the sound of a patient, yet profoundly annoyed, perfectionist. The Gregorian chanting, which had become a nightly fixture in the main study halls, began to bleed into the nap room, faint at first, then subtly strengthening, a solemn, sacred counterpoint to Barry's vulgar cacophony. It was Matins, once again, performed by an unseen choir of diligent, presumably spectral, nuns, and woven into the ancient melodies were the increasingly frequent, increasingly pronounced passive-aggressive sighs, not soft whispers this time, but deep, resonating exhalations of utter, spiritual exasperation. It was clear Sister Euphemia was not merely annoyed, She was reaching the limits of her spectral patience. The rules of quiet contemplation were being not just bent, but outright shattered by Barry's enthusiastic respiration. Sarah, driven to distraction, finally slammed her palm flat against her own pod's wall, a futile gesture of defiance. Marcus, the computer science major who had previously suffered the indignity of the headphone-disabling incident, simply buried his head in his arms, letting out a frustrated groan that was immediately swallowed by the next wave of Barry's rumbling. Liam, however, watched Barry's pod with a strange, almost morbid fascination. He felt a profound sense of impending intervention. He knew Sister Euphemia. She did not tolerate disorder, and Barry's snoring was the very antithesis of order. The chanting reached a new, almost urgent pitch, the passive-aggressive sighs morphing into something more akin to a collective, ethereal groan of profound liturgical distress. Barry, oblivious, let out a particularly magnificent snore, a truly earth-shattering bellow that vibrated the sleek, white walls of his pod. And then, mid-gurgle, mid-rasp, the sound simply stopped. Abruptly. Completely. There was no tapering off, no fading. One moment. The nap room was vibrating with the force of Barry's respiratory triumph. The next, it was filled with an unnatural, absolute silence. A vacuum of sound so profound that it felt heavier than the air itself. The Gregorian chant, too, ceased. The lavender scent dissipated. The chill lifted. The room was unnervingly, absolutely still. Liam sat up straight, his breath caught in his throat. Sarah lifted her head, her eyes wide with a mixture of shock and dawning comprehension. Marcus, slowly, cautiously, removed his hands from his face. They all stared at Barry's pod. It was empty, not just silent, but utterly, completely empty. The sleek white interior was pristine, the anti-allergy cushion unruffled, the penitential pillow gone along with its human occupant. There was no sign of Barry, no indication of how he had departed, no trace of his hurried, or unhurried, exit. He had simply, quite literally, vanished mid-snore. A wave of bewildered murmurs rippled through the remaining students. Where did he go? Someone whispered, a voice barely above a breath. Did he just teleport? Another offered, the concept sounding absurd, even as it seemed the only possible explanation. Dr. Finch, alerted by a sudden spike in the nap room's internal thermal sensors, the absence of Barry's prodigious body heat having caused a dip, arrived minutes later looking impeccably disheveled. His face, usually a picture of logical composure, was a mask of utter bewilderment as he stared at the empty pod, then at the wide-eyed, silently pointing students. What in the name of sustainable urban planning is going on here? He demanded, his voice echoing in the too-quiet room. The ensuing search was, predictably, a study in administrative chaos. Campus security was called, then dismissed as irrelevant. The police were considered, then deemed too sensational for a university still trying to maintain an image of cutting-edge rationality. Dr. Finch, convinced of a prank, ordered a full lockdown of the nap room and a meticulous search of the immediate vicinity. But Barry was gone. His backpack, phone, and even his notoriously loud portable speaker remained in the pod, mute witnesses to his inexplicable departure. It was a few hours later, in the pale pre-dawn light, that Barry was finally discovered. He was found, not in the bustling student common areas, nor wandering aimlessly across campus, but deep within the labyrinthine bowels of the Abbey's original structure, the ancient, long-forgotten monastery cellar, Drautica. This was a place of profound disuse, a subterranean crypt of forgotten casks, crumbling stone arches, and the pervasive scent of damp earth and deep, unwavering cold. It was, Dr. Quibble had once mused, less a cellar and more meticulously preserved medieval dungeon of disuse. Access to it was through a heavily bolted, ancient oak door at the very back of the library's storage wing, a door that had not been opened in decades, sealed off and deemed unsafe by the university's Health and Safety Committee. Yet there he was, Barry Jenkins, nestled amidst a pile of genuinely ancient, moldering woolen blankets and what appeared to be several discarded, surprisingly uncomfortable wooden pews, slumbering peacefully. His posture, however, was impeccable. He lay perfectly flat on his back, spine straight, arms folded neatly across his chest, his mouth miraculously closed, and not a single solitary snore escaping his lips. He was profoundly, utterly asleep, his face serene, as if he were enjoying the most restorative rest of his young life. His breathing was quiet, almost imperceptible. The security guard who found him, a man of stolid disposition and unwavering belief in the tangible, took one look at the situation, then slowly, deliberately, backed away, returning to his post to make a very confused, very hesitant phone call. Dr. Finch arrived shortly thereafter, his face a mask of escalating horror and professional dismay. He found Barry, still asleep, in the deepest, coldest part of the cellar. The air was thick with the smell of damp stone and something else, something very faint, yet undeniably present. A delicate whisper of dried lavender. It was a smell that, to Liam and Zara, noun unmistakably meant ista euphemia was here. When Barry finally, groggily, awoke several hours later, he had no memory of his miraculous relocation. "Best sleep I've had in weeks, man," he mumbled, rubbing his eyes, his voice oddly quiet, almost subdued. Felt really straight and high. He looked around at the cold, damp stone walls, the moldering barrels. Where the heck am I? And why is it so cold? The university's official explanation, after much internal deliberation, involved a highly unlikely combination of sleepwalking, an overlooked, unlocked door, and a peculiar physiological reaction to extreme sleep deprivation resulting in an unconscious desire for cool, secluded spaces. Dr. Finch himself, though outwardly maintaining his scientific composure, privately began to review the structural integrity of every door in the abbey, with particular attention to those leading to forgotten monastic punishment cells. Dr. Penelope Quibble, when informed of Barry's remarkable journey, simply smiled, a knowing, almost mischievous glint in her eye. "Ah, yes," she murmured, consulting a brittle, yellow diagram of the abbey's original monastic layout. The Shalarium inferior, often used, in the stricter centuries, for particularly boisterous novices who struggled with the vow of silence. A bit chilly, certainly, and excellent acoustics for solitary reflection. Sister Euphemia, it seems, she added, tracing a finger over a faded Latin inscription in the margin of the diagram that loosely translated to "for the re-education of the chronically disruptive," is merely applying time-honored monastic disciplinary methods to the modern challenge of excessive decibel levels. A truly efficient spectral administrator, wouldn't you say? The Abbey Library, it was becoming increasingly clear, was not merely haunted. It was under the strict, uncompromising, and increasingly inventive management of a spectral force whose dedication to peace, order, and quiet contemplation transcended the very boundaries of mortality. And for the sleep-deprived students, the ghostly interventions were no longer just about posture or proper library etiquette. They were about a very literal form of relocation, a chilling reminder that some rules, particularly those of a very old nun, were best not broken, especially not with a full-throated snore. Chapter 9. Negotiations with the Dead. The disappearance and subsequent rediscovery of Barry Jenkins, the unrepentant Snorer, in the Abbey's long-sealed subterranean cellar, had at last propelled the spectral problem of St. Jude's from the realm of academic eccentricity into the undeniable, if deeply inconvenient, territory of public relations crisis. Dr. Alistair Finch, provost of obscure acquisitions, and a man whose neatly pressed suits usually embodied an unshakable control over all quantifiable variables, now found his carefully constructed world dissolving into a haze of unquantifiable, decidedly medieval anomalies. The official university line regarding Barry's nocturnal translocation involved a convoluted narrative of extreme sleepwalking and previously undiscovered structural weakness in a forgotten door, and the unlikeliest convergence of physiological predispositions. But even Dr. Finch, privately, found himself reviewing Dr. Penelope Quibble's notes on Sister Euphemia with a rapidly diminishing skepticism. The complaints from students, once confined to whispers and anonymous online forums, now arrived in torrents direct to his inbox, detailing not just chronic sleep deprivation, but also peculiar backaches, a newfound aversion to certain medieval musical compositions, and a pervasive, almost psychological need to sit up straight. The university, designed for modern intellectual pursuits, was slowly, inexorably being reshaped by the strict, uncompromising hand of its spectral caretaker. Something clearly had to be done. Negotiations, Dr. Finch decided, were the only logical recourse. He was, after all, a seasoned administrator, accustomed to mediating between warring academic departments, coaxing reluctant donors, and navigating the treacherous waters of inter-faculty politics. A disembodied monastic spirit, while certainly an unusual interlocutor, was merely a particularly challenging stakeholder. He envisioned a formal meeting, perhaps a brief, dignified discussion of boundaries and mutual expectations. He prepared a concise, bullet-pointed brief outlining the university's mission, the students' physiological needs, and the logistical impracticality of spontaneous human relocation. He even considered bringing a small, tastefully arranged bouquet of fresh lavender, as a gesture of goodwill before dismissing it as needlessly theatrical and potentially flammable. His objective was clear: establish a dialogue, set parameters, and gently but firmly persuade Sister Euphemia to adopt a more contemporary approach to library management. The chosen venue for this unprecedented diplomatic mission was, naturally, the nap room itself. It was late, well past the hour when even the most dedicated of night owls typically retired. The ergonomic pods gleamed silently in the dim ambient light, awaiting their next slumbering occupants. The air was cool, regulated, and possessed that faint, lingering whisper of old paper and beeswax, a familiar preface to the spectral presence. Dr. Finch, impeccable even at this unconventional hour, stood erect in the center of the room, his brief clutched in one hand, a small, rather uncomfortable, yet undeniably upright, penitential pillow carefully placed on the ergonomic pod he had selected for himself, a gesture of cautious respect. He took a deep, fortifying breath, the scent of fresh, modern cleaning products momentarily clashing with the subtle, ancient aroma der Bee. Sister Euphemia, he began, his voice, usually resonant with academic authority, sounding oddly fragile in the vast quiet. If you would grace us with your presence, I believe we have matters of mutual interest to discuss regarding the efficient and harmonious operation of this venerable institution. The response was not immediate. For a long moment, the silence stretched, thick and profound, broken only by the almost imperceptible hum of the ventilation system. Then, the air around the boarded-up archway The same area from which Sister Euphemia had first materialized for Liam began to shimmer. A subtle distortion, like heat haze on a summer road, slowly coalesced. The faint scent of dried lavender, now unmistakably potent, filled the air, carrying with it a peculiar blend of quiet anticipation, and what Dr. Finch could only describe as an ethereal, almost intellectual impatience. The translucent outline of the nun appeared, her habit rippling with an unseen current, her form slowly gaining a subtle definition as she drifted towards the center of the room. She was as Liam had described her, silent, unseeing, yet radiating an undeniable aura of meticulous scrutiny. Her hands were clasped, and in one, the spectral outline of a small leather-bound ledger and a feather quill could be discerned. She stopped directly before Dr. Finch, her featureless, wimple-shrouded face tilted slightly, as if evaluating his very essence, assessing his suitability for spiritual intervention. The cool, ethereal pressure that Liam had experienced now settled upon Dr. Finch, a subtle but firm force that seemed to push his shoulders back, straightening his already impeccable posture to an almost uncomfortable degree of rectitude. He felt, for a fleeting moment, as if he were being held aloft by invisible yet utterly unyielding marionette strings. Then the voice came, a soft, dry whisper, like the turning of an ancient page, yet resonant with an authority that transcended mere decibels. "Provost Finch," the voice murmured, seemingly emanating from the very air around him. A curious appellation, I confess. It is not one found in the ancient texts of spiritual stewardship. Your request for an audience, however, was noted. One cannot fault diligence, even when misdirected. Dr. Finch, accustomed to the respectful deference of junior faculty, found himself slightly flustered by the opening salvo. He cleared his throat, adjusting his brief. "Indeed, sister. My apologies for the unfamiliarity of my title. However, I represent the Metropolitan University of Applied Sciences, the current, shall we say, caretakers of this excellent facility, and it is in that capacity that I must address certain operational concerns. Specifically, regarding the welfare of our students and their ability to achieve proper restorative rest within this designated quiet reflection and rejuvenation zone." He paused, expecting some acknowledgement, a nod, perhaps even a ghostly cough. There was only the silent, unyielding presence, the subtle pressure on his posture, and the intensifying scent of lavender. He pressed on. "We have observed with some disquiet certain anomalies. Students reporting disturbed sleep, unexpected relocations, and a general difficulty in achieving the quality of rest that modern pedagogical approaches deem essential for optimal cognitive function. The introduction of the penitential pillows, while perhaps well-intentioned, has proven rather counterproductive to ergonomic comfort, and the nocturnal vocalizations, while culturally fascinating, are regrettably disruptive to scholarly pursuits." He tried to maintain a tone of polite administrative complaint, but even to his own ears, he sounded absurd. The faint, passive-aggressive sigh, now deeply familiar to those who frequented the Abbey Library after hours, seemed to envelop him. It was a sigh of profound, almost cosmic disappointment, a sound that conveyed centuries of unaddressed grievances regarding human slovenliness. "Restorative rest, you say?" Sister Euphemia's voice finally responded, a note of gentle but unwavering irony woven into its ethereal whisper. "And optimal cognitive function. Such modern parlance, Provost. You speak of sleep hygiene as if it were some new sacrament, divorced from the very essence of the soul's true repose. You offer comfort as a panacea, when true comfort lies not in the softness of a cushion, but in the uprightness of the spirit. This post-industrial sleep hygiene you champion, What is it truly? But a concession to the frailties of the flesh, a surrender to the clamor of the untutored mind? Doctor? Finch blinked. He had not anticipated a theological treatise on contemporary sleep science. He attempted to interject. Sister, with all due respect, modern medicine has made great strides in understanding the neurobiology of sleep. Our ergonomic pods are designed precisely to optimize neural recovery. A faint, almost mocking rustle seemed to emanate from Sister Euphemia's spectral presence, as if she were shaking her head. Neural recovery. You speak of the brain as a mere machine, requiring oil and lubrication. But the mind, Provost, the immortal soul, requires discipline. It requires rectitude. It requires a constant vigilance against the creeping, insidious temptations of sloth and physical indulgence. The slumped spine you tolerate in your students is not merely an ergonomic failing. It is a spiritual one. It is a posture of intellectual lassitude, a physical manifestation of a lack of purpose. How can one ascend to true knowledge, to communion with the divine, when one cannot even hold oneself upright in moments of repose? Her voice, though still a whisper, gained a profound, almost hypnotic intensity. You speak of comfort. What comfort is there in a body that slouches, that surrenders its form to the gravitational pull of indolence? The penitential pillow, as you so flippantly term it, is not a device of torment. It is an aid to virtue. It is a gentle reminder that even in slumber, one's vessel must be prepared for sacred duty. It fosters alignment, not merely of the bone, but of the spirit. It encourages a discipline that transcends the fleeting whims of the flesh, preparing the soul for the rigors of true contemplation, for the arduous task of understanding the divine word, or indeed, the complex grammar of Proto-Indo-European. Dr. Liam, from his safe distance, felt a fresh wave of bewildered awe. Sister Euphemia had noticed Sarah's linguistics work. She truly saw everything. As for the nocturnal vocalizations, Provost, Sister Euphemia continued, her voice now carrying a faint, almost melodic undercurrent. You refer, no doubt, to Matins, the office of the night, a timeless spiritual exercise, a hymn of praise and vigilance in the deepest hours of darkness, when the world is most susceptible to errant thoughts and idle dreams. It is a purification, a recentering. And yes, here, the passive-aggressive sigh returned with renewed force. Almost a gust of invisible wind, it is performed with an unwavering expectation of proper reverence. Any disruptions are merely the library in its inherent wisdom, correcting the spiritual dissonance created by unseemly sounds. Dr. Finch imagined her referring to Barry's snoring as unseemly sounds, and a fresh wave of incredulity washed over him. And the relocations, Provost, Sister Euphemia added, her voice dropping to a subtle, almost conspiratorial whisper, are necessary pedagogical intervention. When a soul is so profoundly lost to the clamor of its own unbridled respiration, when it has so thoroughly abandoned the principles of quietude and respectful contemplation, a brief restorative sojourn in a more acoustically suitable environment, such as the Ysillarium inferior, is often the most efficacious remedy. It encourages introspection. It fosters a renewed appreciation for silence. It allows for a fresh start, a clean slate, free from the habits of excessive terrestrial noise. Dr. Finch stood utterly, completely dumbfounded. His meticulously prepared brief felt like a crumpled grocery list. He had come to negotiate with a ghost, armed with flow charts and ergonomic data. And she had responded with a sermon on monastic discipline and the spiritual failings of modern comfort. Her logic, while utterly insane from a 21st century perspective, was unassailable within her own medieval spiritual framework. She wasn't malevolent. She was simply, profoundly, and eternally correct. From her perspective. So, Sister, Dr. Finch managed to stammer, his voice thin. You are asserting that the students' discomfort, their lack of sleep, the relocation, is all for their own spiritual good. Precisely, Provost, Sister Euphemia's voice affirmed, a faint, almost satisfied, rustle permeating the air. True enlightenment requires effort. True rest requires discipline. The sleep hygiene you advocate is a symptom of a softened generation, one that seeks ease where it should seek fortitude. This library, and all within its purview, is a sanctuary for scholarship, yes, but also a crucible for the soul. And it is my sacred duty to ensure its purity, and the purity of all who seek knowledge within its hallowed walls. With that final, uncompromising pronouncement, the shimmering outline of Sister Euphemia began to dissipate, slowly, gracefully, like mist dissolving in the morning sun. The scent of lavender faded. The subtle pressure on Dr. Finch's posture eased, leaving him feeling curiously light and oddly, almost absurdly, upright. He stood alone in the quiet, empty nap room, his brief still clutched in his hand, a testament to his utter, comprehensive failure. He had not negotiated with the dead. He had been lectured, gently but firmly, on the profound spiritual dangers of post-industrial sleep hygiene, and found himself utterly, hopelessly outmaneuvered by a spectral administrator, whose dedication to medieval monastic principles was apparently an eternal, unyielding force. The Abbey Library, it was clear, was not merely a building. It was a self-regulating, posthumously managed institution, and its spectral caretaker had just issued a detailed, if deeply inconvenient, policy statement on the true nature of rest, learning, and quietude. And it seemed, quite unequivocally, that the university's plans for modern comfort were simply not compatible with Sister Euphemia's eternal standards. Chapter 10. The Exorcism That Wasn't. Dr. Alistair Finch, a man who believed implicitly in the ordered universe of budgets and organizational charts, now found himself navigating a reality that defied all conventional logic. His failed negotiations with Sister Euphemia, if one could even term a one-sided lecture on post-industrial sleep hygiene as a negotiation, had left him profoundly unnerved. The spectral nudges, the ubiquitous penitential pillows, the relentless Gregorian Matins, and most disturbingly, the spontaneous, mid-snore relocation of Barry Jenkins to a damp, forgotten cellar, had transformed the Metropolitan University's prestigious new Abbey Library Annex into a baffling, medieval-flavored battleground of wills. Student complaints, once a trickle, had become a torrent, detailing not just sleep deprivation but also peculiar, unexplained drafts, an inability to comfortably slouch, and a collective, unsettling compulsion to align every pencil on every desk. The library, designed as a beacon of modern scholarship, was slowly, inexorably becoming a silent, spectral monastery, governed by the unyielding principles of a long-dead librarian. Finch, desperate and out of his depth, concluded that if logic and administration could not solve the problem, perhaps a different kind of expertise was required. He called upon Father Michael, the university's chaplain. Father Michael is a man of earnest faith and boundless good intentions, possessed of a gentle demeanor and a perpetually optimistic outlook that few in academia, or indeed in the modern world, could sustain. His office on the main campus, adorned with cheerful, if slightly faded, pastoral lithographs, was a haven of quiet contemplation amidst the bustling student life. He was a firm believer in the power of spiritual reassurance, prayer, and, on occasion, a particularly potent cup of instant coffee. Father Michael, while intellectually open to the mysteries of the universe, had never personally encountered anything more spiritually taxing than an overly enthusiastic student evangelist, or a particularly complex question about the Odyssey. When Dr. Finch, looking rather more frayed than usual, outlined the peculiar difficulties at the Abbey Library, Father Michael listened with a sympathetic, if slightly bewildered, expression. He understood spiritual disturbance, of course. He understood restless spirits. What he perhaps did not fully grasp was the unique, administrative, and profoundly unterrifying nature of Sister Euphemia's spectral presence. He envisioned not a malevolent demon requiring an exorcism, but a lost soul, perhaps confused by the modern world, needing gentle guidance to the light. His solution was simple, compassionate, and, as it turned out, utterly misjudged: a blessing. A simple, purifying blessing of the space, to bring peace to the lingering spirit and quietude to the troubled students. The blessing was scheduled for the late afternoon, an hour when the nap room was typically unoccupied, allowing Father Michael to perform his duties without curious student onlookers. He arrived, carrying a small, well-worn, leather-bound prayer book, a silver aspergillum, a holy water sprinkler, a relic from his seminary days, usually reserved for the annual blessing of the student dorms, a duty he approached with cheerful solemnity, and a small vial of fresh, holy water, carefully drawn from the campus chapel's font. He also, rather instinctively, brought his favorite ceramic mug, a cheerful blue vessel emblazoned with the university crest, anticipating a much-needed fortifying coffee break after his sacred duties were complete. Dr. Genzilian, Finch, observing from a respectful distance near the doorway, maintained a posture of detached professionalism, though a faint sheen of anxiety had begun to form on his brow. Dr. Penelope Quibble, having obtained special permission to observe the proceedings for purely historical and folkloric research purposes, lurked in the shadows of the adjacent main library hall, a small, knowing smile playing on her lips. Father Michael stepped into the nap room, its sleek, modern pods gleaming incongruously amidst the ancient stone walls. The air, usually cool and regulated, felt strangely still, almost expectant. He took a deep breath, and the faint, familiar scent of old paper and beeswax, mingled with a delicate whisper of dried lavender, seemed to intensify, wrapping around him like an invisible shroud. He raised his aspergillum, the silver glinting in the dim light, and began his prayers. His voice, clear and resonant, filled the quiet space, reciting ancient blessings in Latin, the words echoing off the stone and modern panels. He walked slowly around the room, dipping the aspergillum into the holy water and scattering droplets over each pod, over the smooth plastic surfaces, over the ergonomic cushions, and even, with a gentle flourish, over the spot where Barry Jenkins had so memorably vanished. He prayed for peace, for tranquility, for the repose of any restless souls, for the restoration of order and academic harmony. He blessed every corner, every surface, every invisible current in the air, imagining the holy water as a spiritual balm, soothing any residual unease. He felt a profound sense of spiritual calm descending, a quiet conviction that his efforts were, at last, bringing solace to the troubled abbey. The faint scent of lavender, he noted with satisfaction, seemed to soften, to recede, replaced by the crisp, clean scent of the holy water. When he finished, he bowed his head, a genuine sense of accomplishment filling him. He had done his part. The spirit, he felt sure, would now find its rest. As Father Michael concluded his blessing, he turned to Dr. Finch. a benevolent smile on his face. "There," he said, his voice imbued with quiet satisfaction. "That should do it. A most venerable space indeed." A little spiritual housekeeping was all that was required. He then, with a natural inclination towards self-care, reached for his cherished blue university mug, which he had placed carefully on a small side table outside the nap room, a silent promise of caffeinated comfort. He walked over to the adjacent staff kitchenette, a modern marvel of chrome and gleaming surfaces, and poured himself a generous measure of freshly brewed coffee. Its rich, dark aroma, a welcome counterpoint to the sacred quiet he had just created. He stirred in a modest 2 sugars, a creature of comforting habit, and brought the steaming mug back towards the nap room entrance, anticipating the first delicious sip dawn. He took a deep gulp, expecting the familiar warmth and bitter kick of strong coffee. Instead, his mouth was filled with a liquid that tasted profoundly, unequivocally, lukewarm. Not just cool, but precisely annoyingly lukewarm, as if it had been brewed hours ago and left to languish in a forgotten corner. He frowned. That was impossible. The coffee had just been made, still steaming from the machine. He took another sip, this time more cautiously. Still lukewarm, and with it a faint, almost imperceptible floral note. A ghostly whisper of dried lavender seemed to mingle with the aroma of the coffee, giving it a peculiar, almost medicinal undertone. He held the mug up, peering into its depths. The liquid shimmered innocently, the steam still faintly rising. He took another, larger sip, determined to overcome this strange sensory anomaly. As he did, he felt an almost imperceptible pressure on his back, a subtle, ethereal hand that seemed to straighten his posture, urging him to hold the mug with both hands, at a precise, almost reverent distance from his lips. His arm muscles tensed involuntarily, resisting the unseen force, resulting in a tiny, almost imperceptible tremble in his hands, which in turn caused a single, almost theatrical droplet of lukewarm, lavender-infused coffee to plop onto his pristine white shirt. A sigh, soft but unmistakably passive-aggressive, seemed to emanate from the very air around him, a sound that conveyed not spiritual discontent, but profound administrative annoyance. It was the same long-suffering sigh that had accompanied the Gregorian Matins. Father Michael, bewildered, glanced at Dr. Finch, whose face had by now settled into a mask of grim, knowing resignation. Dr. Quibble, meanwhile, had retreated further into the shadows of the library, her shoulders shaking with silent academic amusement. Father Michael tried again. He walked back to the kitchenette, poured out the offending lukewarm coffee, and, with a new sense of quiet determination, brewed a fresh pot, ensuring the water was scalding hot. He returned to his mug, poured the fresh, steaming liquid, and took a deep, fortifying breath. He brought the mug to his lips, making a conscious effort to maintain a perfectly upright posture, a memory of Liam's earlier plight flitting through his mind. The first sip was lukewarm. Again. Not just lukewarm, but with that persistent, faintly lavender-scented, almost monastic blandness. And then he noticed it, the university crest on his mug, usually a vibrant blue and gold, seemed to have subtly faded, its edges blurred, as if a very old, very precise hand had gently scrubbed at it, attempting to diminish its modern prominence. And at the bottom of the mug, nestled in the coffee dregs, he thought he saw, for a fleeting moment, a tiny, almost microscopic, perfectly squared lump of what appeared to be coarse linen, a miniature penitential pillow floating in his coffee. He put the mug down, very slowly, his face a picture of dawning, bewildered realization. He looked at the nap room, quiet and serene in the fading light, then back at his stubbornly lukewarm lavender-scented coffee. The blessing, it appeared, had not worked as intended. Sister Euphemia, it seemed, had no quarrel with his holy water or his prayers. She simply had a profound, unyielding opinion on the proper temperature of beverages, the unseemly branding of modern university paraphernalia, and the absolute necessity of maintaining a correct posture, even during the act of refreshment. She was not a demon to be cast out, but a meticulous quality control manager, entirely unmoved by divine intervention. For the rest of the week, Father Michael found his coffee, no matter how freshly brewed, perpetually lukewarm. His tea, when he switched to it in desperation, tasted faintly of dried herbs and solemn contemplation, rather than its intended Earl Grey notes. His posture, throughout the day, became almost unnaturally straight, his back aching with an unfamiliar, yet persistent, rectitude. He found himself unconsciously wiping his desk surface with meticulous care, arranging his pens in neat parallel lines, and even on occasion muttering quiet, disapproving sighs when he saw a student slouching in the common room. The blessing had not banished Sister Euphemia. It had merely extended her meticulous, passive-aggressive influence to his morning ritual. The nap room remained under her rigorous, spectral management, and now so too did Father Michael's coffee breaks, a subtle, constant reminder that some spiritual presences were less about terror and more about exceptionally demanding, eternal administrative oversight. The university, it was clear, had truly acquired a caretaker with a profound and eternally active sense of duty, extending far beyond the library's shelves to the very cups in which its faculty sought their earthly solace. Dr. Alistair Finch, a man who believed implicitly in the ordered universe of budgets and organizational charts, now found himself navigating a reality that defied all conventional logic. His failed negotiations with Sister Euphemia, if one could even term a one-sided lecture on post-industrial sleep hygiene as a negotiation, had left him profoundly unnerved. The spectral nudges, the ubiquitous penitential pillows, the relentless Gregorian Matins, and most disturbingly the spontaneous, mid-snore relocation of Barry Jenkins to a damp, forgotten cellar, had transformed the Metropolitan University's prestigious new Abbey Library Annex into a baffling, medieval-flavored battleground of wills. Student complaints, once a trickle, had become a torrent, detailing not just sleep deprivation, but also peculiar, unexplained drafts, an inability to comfortably slouch, and a collective, unsettling compulsion to align every pencil on every desk. The library, designed as a beacon of modern scholarship, was slowly, inexorably becoming a silent, spectral monastery governed by the unyielding principles of a long-dead librarian. Finch, desperate and out of his depth, concluded that if logic and administration could not solve the problem, perhaps a different kind of expertise was required. He called upon Father Michael, the university's chaplain. Father Michael was a man of earnest faith and boundless good intentions, possessed of a gentle demeanor and a perpetually optimistic outlook that few in academia, or indeed in the modern world, could sustain. His office on the main campus, adorned with cheerful, if slightly faded, pastoral lithographs, was a haven of quiet contemplation amidst the bustling student life. He was a firm believer in the power of spiritual reassurance, prayer, and, on occasion, a particularly potent cup of instant coffee. Father Michael, while intellectually open to the mysteries of the universe, had never personally encountered anything more spiritually taxing than an overly enthusiastic student evangelist or a particularly complex question about theodicy. When Dr. Finch, looking rather more frayed than usual, outlined the peculiar difficulties at the Abbey Library, Father Michael listened with a sympathetic, if slightly bewildered, expression. He understood spiritual disturbance, of course. He understood restless spirits. What he perhaps did not fully grasp was the unique, administrative and profoundly unterrifying nature of Sister Euphemia's spectral presence. He envisioned not a malevolent demon requiring an exorcism, but a lost soul, perhaps confused by the modern world, needing gentle guidance to the light. His solution was simple, compassionate, and, as it turned out, utterly misjudged. A blessing, a simple, purifying blessing of the space, to bring peace to the lingering spirit and quietude to the troubled students. The blessing was scheduled for the late afternoon, an hour when the nap room was typically unoccupied, allowing Father Michael to perform his duties without curious student onlookers. He arrived, carrying a small, well-worn leather-bound prayer book, a silver aspergillum, a holy water sprinkler, a relic from his seminary days, usually reserved for the annual blessing of the student dorms, a duty he approached with cheerful solemnity, and a small vial of fresh holy water, carefully drawn from the campus chapel's font. He also, rather instinctively, brought his favorite ceramic mug, a cheerful blue vessel emblazoned with the university crest, anticipating a much-needed fortifying coffee break after his sacred duties were complete. Dr. Finch, observing from a respectful distance near the doorway, maintained a posture of detached professionalism, though a faint sheen of anxiety had begun to form on his brow. Dr. Penelope Quibble, having obtained special permission to observe the proceedings for purely historical and folkloric research purposes, lurked in the shadows of the adjacent main library hall, a small, knowing smile playing on her lips. Father Michael stepped into the nap room, its sleek, modern pods gleaming incongruously amidst the ancient stone walls. The air, usually cool and regulated, felt strangely still, almost expectant. He took a deep breath, and the faint, familiar scent of old paper and beeswax, mingled with a delicate whisper of dried lavender, seemed to intensify, wrapping around him like an invisible shroud. He raised his aspergillum, the silver glinting in the dim light, and began his prayers. His voice, clear and resonant, filled the quiet space, reciting ancient blessings in Latin, the words echoing off the stone and modern panels. He walked slowly around the room, dipping the aspergillum into the holy water and scattering droplets over each pod, over the smooth plastic surfaces, over the ergonomic cushions, and even with a gentle flourish, over the spot where Barry Jenkins had so memorably vanished. He prayed for peace, for tranquility, for the repose of any restless souls, for the restoration of order and academic harmony. He blessed every corner, every surface, every invisible current in the air, imagining the holy water as a spiritual balm, soothing any residual unease. He felt a profound sense of spiritual calm descending, a quiet conviction that his efforts were, at last, bringing solace to the troubled abbey. The faint scent of lavender, he noted with satisfaction, seemed to soften, to recede, replaced by the crisp, clean scent of the holy water. When he finished, he bowed his head, a genuine sense of accomplishment filling him. He had done his part. The spirit, he felt sure, would now find its rest. As Father Michael concluded his blessing, he turned to Dr. Finch, a benevolent smile on his face. "There," he said, his voice imbued with quiet satisfaction. "That should do it. A most venerable space indeed. A little spiritual housekeeping was all that was required." He then, with a natural inclination towards self-care, reached for his cherished blue university mug, which he had placed carefully on a small side table outside the nap room, a silent promise of caffeinated comfort. He walked over to the adjacent staff kitchenette, a modern marvel of chrome and gleaming surfaces, and poured himself a generous measure of freshly brewed coffee, its rich, dark aroma a welcome counterpoint to the sacred quiet he had just created. He stirred in a modest 2 sugars, a creature of comforting habit, and brought the steaming mug back towards the nap room entrance, anticipating the first, Delicious sip. He took a deep gulp, expecting the familiar warmth and bitter kick of strong coffee. Instead, his mouth was filled with a liquid that tasted profoundly, unequivocally, highly lukewarm. Not just cool, but precisely, annoyingly lukewarm, as if it had been brewed hours ago and left to languish in a forgotten corner. He frowned. That was impossible. The coffee had just been made, still steaming from the machine. He took another sip, this time more cautiously. Still lukewarm, and with it a faint, almost imperceptible floral note, a ghostly whisper of dried lavender, seemed to mingle with the aroma of the coffee, giving it a peculiar, almost medicinal undertone. He held the mug up, peering into its depths. The liquid shimmered innocently, the steam still faintly rising. He took another, larger sip, determined to overcome this strange sensory anomaly. As he did, he felt an almost imperceptible pressure on his back, a subtle, aerial hand that seemed to straighten his posture, urging him to hold the mug with both hands, at a precise, almost reverent distance from his lips. His arm muscles tensed involuntarily, resisting the unseen force, resulting in a tiny, almost imperceptible tremble in his hands, which in turn caused a single, almost theatrical droplet of lukewarm, lavender-infused coffee to plop onto his pristine white shirt. A sigh, soft but unmistakably passive-aggressive, seemed to emanate from the very air around him, a sound that conveyed not spiritual discontent, but profound administrative annoyance. It was the same long-suffering sigh that had accompanied the Gregorian Matins. Father Michael, bewildered, glanced at Dr. Finch, whose face had by now settled into a mask of grim, knowing resignation. Dr. Quibble, meanwhile, had retreated further into the shadows of the library, her shoulders shaking with silent, academic amusement. Father Michael tried again. He walked back to the kitchenette, poured out the offending lukewarm coffee and, with a new sense of quiet determination, brewed a fresh pot, ensuring the water was scalding hot. He returned to his mug, poured the fresh, steaming liquid, and took a deep, fortifying breath. He brought the mug to his lips, making a conscious effort to maintain a perfectly upright posture, a memory of Liam's earlier plight flitting through his mind. The first sip was lukewarm. Again. Not just lukewarm, but with that persistent, faintly lavender-scented, almost monastic blandness. And then he noticed it. The university crest on his mug, usually a vibrant blue and gold, seemed to have subtly faded, its edges blurred, as if a very old, very precise hand had gently scrubbed at it, attempting to diminish its modern prominence. And at the bottom of the mug, nestled in the coffee dregs, he thought he saw, for a fleeting moment, a tiny, almost microscopic, perfectly squared lump of what appeared to be coarse linen, a miniature penitential pillow floating in his coffee. He put the mug down, very slowly, his face a picture of dawning, bewildered realization. He looked at the nap room, quiet and serene in the fading light, then back at his stubbornly lukewarm, lavender-scented coffee. The blessing, it appeared, had not worked as intended. Sister Euphemia, it seemed, had no quarrel with his holy water or his prayers. She simply had a profound, unyielding opinion on the proper temperature of beverages, the unseemly branding of modern university paraphernalia, and the absolute necessity of maintaining a correct posture, even during the act of refreshment. She was not a demon to be cast out, but a meticulous quality control manager, entirely unmoved by divine intervention. For the rest of the week, Father Michael found his coffee, no matter how freshly brewed, perpetually lukewarm. His tea, when he switched to it in desperation, tasted faintly of dried herbs and solemn contemplation, rather than its intended Earl Grey notes. His posture, throughout the day, became almost unnaturally straight, his back aching with an unfamiliar, yet persistent rectitude. He found himself unconsciously wiping his desk surface with meticulous care, arranging his pens in neat parallel lines, and even on occasion muttering quiet, disapproving sighs when he saw a student slouching in the common room. The blessing had not banished Sister Euphemia. It had merely extended her meticulous, passive-aggressive influence to his morning ritual. The nap room remained under her rigorous spectral management, and now, so too did Father Michael's coffee breaks, a subtle, constant reminder that some spiritual presences were less about terror and more about exceptionally demanding, eternal administrative oversight. The university, it was clear, had truly acquired a caretaker with a profound and eternally active sense of duty, extending far beyond the library's shelves to the very cups in which its faculty sought their earthly solace. Chapter 11. The Secret of the Marginalia. The Metropolitan University of Applied Sciences, for all its gleaming glass facades and bold proclamations of innovation, found itself increasingly mired in the curious, undeniably medieval reality of the Abbey Library. Dr. Alistair Finch, having weathered the storm of Barry Jenkins' inexplicable subterranean relocation, and Father Michael's now perpetually lukewarm, lavender-scented coffee, had retreated into a fortress of spreadsheets and statistical analyses, hoping to find a purely secular explanation for phenomena that stubbornly defied all modern scientific principles. The students, meanwhile, had subtly adapted. The nap room was now approached with a quiet solemnity, its pods occupied by students who lay rigidly on their backs, hands clasped over their stomach, their breathing a model of quiet, almost reverent composure. The penitential pillows had been integrated into the academic landscape, their lumpy discomfort universally acknowledged but silently endured, fostering a collective, if unwitting, improvement in spinal alignment across the campus. The midnight Matins, with its ethereal Gregorian chants and passive-aggressive sighs, had become a curious, if disruptive, nocturnal ritual, a spectral alarm clock for those brave enough to study late. The Abbey Library was no longer just a building. It was an active, meticulously managed entity, governed by the precise, unwavering will of Sister Euphemia, a posthumous administrator of extraordinary diligence. Sarah, the linguistics major, found herself drawn to the oldest, most neglected sections of the Abbey Library. Her current research, a labyrinthine exploration of early monastic glosses on obscure Latin texts, required her to delve into volumes that had resisted digitization, texts whose brittle pages and faded ink could only be handled with the utmost care, in hushed corners where the modern hum of the university felt miles away. These were the books that smelled most profoundly of time, of beeswax and dust, of parchment and the distant, almost spiritual tang of forgotten incense. It was here, amidst the towering, dust-laden shelves that seemed to breathe with the weight of centuries, that Zara felt a peculiar sense of calm, a respite from the relentless pressure of her dissertation and the increasingly bizarre realities of the nap room. She had, like Liam, developed an almost intuitive understanding of Sister Euphemia's presence, recognizing the subtle shifts in air, the faint scent of lavender that signaled a spectral watchfulness. She had even, on occasion, found herself unconsciously straightening a misaligned book on a shelf, a quiet, almost involuntary nod to the unseen guardian's exacting standards. One unusually cool Tuesday afternoon, as a late autumn rain began to drum softly against the ancient stained-glass windows, Sarah was attempting to decipher a particularly dense 13th-century commentary on the rule of Saint Benedict, a volume bound in thick, scarred leather that felt as if it had absorbed the very essence of monastic life. She had retrieved it from a dimly lit, rarely visited aisle in the furthest reaches of the non-digitized collection, a section labeled in a beautifully scripted but faded hand. Scriptorium Vestigia, Traces of the Scriptorium. The book was heavy, its pages thick with the imperfections of handmade parchment, its margins wide, inviting annotation. As she carefully turned a page, her fingers brushing over the rough texture of the vellum, she noticed it. Faint, incredibly fine script, almost imperceptible against the creamy background of the page, nestled in the inner margin. Marginalia tut nithithis eden findest I. This wasn't the bold, confident hand of a medieval scholar, nor the hurried scribble of a later reader. This was a precise, almost delicate script, yet possessed of an undeniable firmness, as if each letter had been formed with profound, meticulous intent. It was, Zara immediately recognized, the same script that had appeared on the enigmatic diagram Liam had found in the nap room, the one that had detailed the missing volume and admonished his phone's placement. This was Sister Euphemia's hand. Her breath hitched, a small, involuntary gasp, swallowed by the vast silence of the library. She leaned closer, adjusting her spectacles, her academic curiosity suddenly sharpened by a thrilling, almost illicit sense of discovery. The initial notes were, predictably, mundane to the point of absurdity. On one page, where a scribe had inadvertently used a slightly darker shade of ink for a single letter, Sister Euphemia had meticulously penned, in a hand so fine it required a magnifying glass to discern, a note: ink variance, pigment inconsistency, batch 4B, lacking proper gallic acid stabilization, unacceptable for liturgical texts. Note for future corrections. Further down, adjacent to a perfectly rendered illuminated capital A, was a tiny, almost invisible asterisk, leading to a note that read, alignment of ascender on a 0.03 millennium, off true vertical. Minor deviation, but indicative of flagging diligence in Brother Thomas. Must monitor. Zara felt a wry smile touch her lips. This was the ghost of administrative oversight, distilled into microscopic critique. It was both utterly pedantic and profoundly revealing. Sister Euphemia's dedication to perfection knew no bounds, not even the microscopic. As Zara delved deeper into the volume, and then with mounting excitement began to pull other, similarly aged books from the shelves of the Scriptorium Vestigia, she found more of Sister Euphemia's notes, increasingly revealing in their content. In a volume of early church history, a long passage discussing the spiritual benefits of fasting was accompanied by a terse, almost exasperated note: Brother Cyril consumes his soup with undue haste. A spiritual failing masquerading as efficiency. Patience in all things, even sustenance, reflects true devotion. In a book of devotional poetry, where a particularly flowery stanza extolled the ephemeral beauty of a sunrise, Sister Euphemia had scrawled, sentimental and distracting, true beauty lies in the immutable order of the Lord's creation, not fleeting visual phenomena. And the parchment is smudged here by an oily finger. Reprehensible. Morteditioni. But it was in a series of ledgers, hidden behind a false back panel in one of the older shelves, that the true nature of Sister Euphemia's unfinished work began to reveal itself. These ledgers were not simple inventories. They were her grand, overarching project, her magnum opus, a complete re-index, meticulously cross-referenced universal compendium of abbey knowledge. She had embarked upon this gargantuan task decades prior to her death, driven by a profound conviction that the existing monastic cataloging system was, to her precise mind, a chaotic mess, a spiritual disarray. She believed that all knowledge, every text, every illuminated initial, Every marginal drawing held a specific, divinely ordained place within a larger, interconnected schema. Her goal was not merely to list books, but to map the entire intellectual and spiritual universe contained within the Abbey's walls, to create a perfect, logical, and ultimately spiritually harmonious system of information retrieval. Entry after entry detailed her progress, her frustrations, her meticulous methods. March 17th, year of our Lord 1927, commenced re-indexing of theological treatises. Discovered egregious misfiling of St. Augustine's Confessions under agricultural practices. Such spiritual slovenliness is a blight upon the soul of scholarship, requires immediate recontextualization and reclassification. Estimate 17 months for full rectification. Or, June 4th, 1932, completed cross-referencing of herbology scrolls with medicinal texts. Nota: several inconsistencies in healing properties of comfrey entries. Requires further research and perhaps divine intervention regarding Brother Felix's persistent misinterpretations of botanical efficacy. Then, the tone began to shift. The entries became more urgent, more infused with a subtle rising anxiety. November 21st, 1955. Progress hindered by persistent decline in communal diligence. Novitiatus prone to idle chatter during copying. Brother Cuthbert consistently neglects to replace quills in their proper receptacle. The integrity of the compendium is threatened by this widespread lack of precision. My work, alas, is slower than the erosion of proper practice. And finally, the entries that revealed her unfinished business, her profound existential dread. The last several pages, dated weeks before her death, were filled with a desperate, almost frantic hand, though still impeccably neat. October 9th, 1968. The compendium remains incomplete. The section on the metaphysics of divine order in applied geometry yet lacks its crucial cross-reference to the proper dimensions of sacred architecture. My time, I fear, is dwindling. The thought of this grand work, this manifestation of intellectual and spiritual order left unfinished, pains my very soul. Who will ensure its perfection? Who will see to the ultimate alignment of all knowledge? The chaos, the disarray, it threatens to overwhelm the very purpose of this sacred place. And the final, chilling entry, written in a hand that seemed to tremble with an unseen, overwhelming urgency. October 14th, 1968. The great cross-referencing of the celestial spheres and their terrestrial manifestations remains. Word illegible, but suggestive of unfinished or unresolved. The Lord calls, but my duty to the compendium, is not yet complete. The order, it must be maintained. It willing be maintained. Sarah closed the ledger, a shiver running down her spine. It wasn't just a haunting. It was a centuries-long posthumous administrative project. Sister Euphemia hadn't died, and then I'd become a ghost. She had died, and then simply continued her work. Her spectral presence, her meticulous tidying, her insistence on proper posture, her punitive relocation of loud snorers, even the endless Gregorian Matins, it all made a terrible, chilling, and utterly logical sense. These weren't random acts of ghostly mischief. They were the actions of a being whose singular, all-consuming purpose was to complete her universal compendium of Abbey knowledge and, more broadly, to impose perfect divine order upon every aspect of the library and its inhabitants, living or otherwise. The nap room was not just a place for rest, it was a microcosm of the larger library, a testing ground for her principles of spiritual and physical alignment. The students were not merely scholars, they were, in her eyes, extensions of the library itself, components within her grand system, requiring constant, invisible correction to ensure their proper functioning within the larger divine schema. The cursed manuscripts and the sleepwalking monks of Dr. Quibble's historical research. The diagram Liam found, the penitential pillows, the lukewarm coffee, the vanished Snorer, all were merely tools, methods, and consequences within Sister Euphemia's meticulously planned, eternal quest for perfect order. Her unfinished business was not a personal vendetta or a desire for recognition. It was a profound, spiritual commitment to a task that transcended her mortal coil. She believed that the very order of the universe was reflected in the order of the library, and she, Sister Euphemia, was its eternal guardian, its unyielding perfectionist, its relentless administrator. Sarah looked around the cavernous library, now filled with the low hum of laptops and the muted whispers of modern students. She felt a profound sense of awe, tinged with a distinct academic amusement. This wasn't a standard haunting. This was a supernatural audit, a posthumous peer review, a spectral quest for 6 Sigma in monastic scholarship. Sister Euphemia was not merely refusing to stop haunting, she was refusing to stop all working, and her work, it seemed, was endless, encompassing every aspect of the library, down to the precise angle of a student's spine during a nap. The question that lingered, cold and precise in Zara's mind, was not how to stop Sister Euphemia, but how to possibly complete a task that a ghost, armed with eternal patience and unwavering dedication, had herself found impossible in life. The library, it was clear, was not merely a repository of knowledge. It was a perpetual, spectral engine of ordered scholarship, and the living were merely its latest, often reluctant, and endlessly correctable parts. Chapter 12. The Great Pillow Revolt. The Metropolitan University's Abbey Library had, over a surprisingly short span of weeks, transformed from a bastion of modern academia into a curious, quiet battleground. Dr. Alistair Finch, perpetually disheveled beneath his impeccably tailored suits, found himself battling not against budget deficits or tenure disputes, but against the insidious, unwavering influence of an unseen monastic force. His administrative reports now contained a baffling array of entries. Unexplained relocations of students, always the loud Snorer, always to the chilling confines of the Yesalarium Inferior, a peculiar, widespread outbreak of lower back pain among the student body, attributed by the University Health Services to postural fatigue from excessive screen time, a diagnosis met with hollow laughter by anyone who had endured a penitential pillow, and a steadily increasing number of students suffering from a distinct, almost debilitating aversion to medieval plainsong, the spectral nudges, the constant scent of lavender, and the passive-aggressive sighs that accompanied any deviation from perfect monastic decorum, had become part of the library's immutable atmosphere. A new, spectral set of house rules that transcended all posted signage and university regulations. The nap room, in particular, was now treated with a mixture of reverence and dread. Its ergonomic pods occupied by students who lay with the rigid, almost funerary stillness of medieval effigies, their eyes wide open, staring at the ceiling, desperately trying to summon sleep while simultaneously striving for an unattainable perfection of spinal alignment. The penitential pillows, those lumpy, unyielding squares of coarse linen, had become the physical manifestation of Sister Euphemia's pervasive influence. They appeared with an unnerving, almost sentient regularity, returning to chairs no matter how often they were discarded, hidden, or even, in one desperate instance, launched out of a ground-floor window only to reappear, pristine and implacable, on the very same seat moments later. Their discomfort was subtle but persistent, a constant, low-grade irritation that gnawed at the students' already frayed nerves. They enforced a posture that was less about ergonomic comfort and more about medieval asceticism, turning every study session into a quiet act of physical penance. The students, sleep-deprived and perpetually on edge, felt a growing simmering resentment. They were being managed, corrected, and implicitly judged by an unseen entity whose standards were centuries out of date and utterly, relentlessly unyielding. The breaking point arrived on a particularly brutal Thursday night, the kind of night where deadlines converged like predatory birds, and the air in the library hung thick with the desperation of 1,000 unfinished essays. Liam O'Malley, attempting to reconcile a particularly stubborn fluid dynamics equation, found that his penitential pillow had not merely returned to his chair after he had moved it. It had, in fact, multiplied. There were now two, one on his chair and another, equally lumpy and aggressively uninviting, had materialized on the small side table next to him, as if Sister Euphemia were offering a spare, or perhaps, subtly suggesting that his posture required eatable the correction. Zara, across the aisle, muttered under her breath a low, frustrated growl. Her own pillow, which she had meticulously covered with a soft fleece blanket as a futile act of defiance, had somehow wriggled itself free, shedding the blanket onto the floor and sitting, exposed in all its lumpy glory. Marcus, who had been trying to silently watch a football game on his phone, a grave offense in Sister Euphemia's eyes, suddenly found his phone screen flickering with static, then displaying a stern, black and white image of a very stern-looking medieval monk, pointing a disapproving finger, accompanied by a faint, ghostly whisper that sounded suspiciously like "Vanitas vanitatum et omnia vanitas." Vanity of vanities. A collective, exasperated sigh rippled through the main reading hall, a sound far more human and far less passive-aggressive than Sister Euphemia's signature exhalations. It was a sigh that spoke of cumulative exhaustion, of intellectual frustration, and of a simmering, unspoken rebellion. Liam looked at Zara looked at Marcus, and a silent, universal understanding passed between them. Enough was enough. The pillows had to go. The rebellion was not a loud, boisterous affair. It was, fittingly for the Abbey Library, a quiet, meticulously orchestrated act of defiance. Liam, with his engineering precision, quickly calculated the optimal method for pillow disposal. Zara, ever the scholar, began to recall every Latin phrase of mild, yet deeply felt, insult she knew. Marcus, surprisingly nimble for a sports science major, volunteered for the more physical aspects of the operation. The word spread through the late-night student network, whispered from carol to carol, carried on the invisible currents of shared exasperation. The plan was simple: collect all the penitential pillows, remove them from the library, and then, perhaps, find a truly remote, unreturnable location for their permanent disposition. The main campus dumpster was initially considered, then dismissed as too accessible. A local river, too environmentally irresponsible. The student union lost and found, too likely to be returned. At precisely 2:00 a.m., a prearranged signal, a single, almost imperceptible cough from Liam initiated the great pillow roundup. Students, moving with a quiet, almost spectral stealth that would have impressed Sister Euphemia herself, began to gather the ubiquitous cushions. They piled them onto the mobile book carts, the kind used by library staff to transport returned volumes. These carts, usually employed for the orderly progression of knowledge, now became chariots of defiance, laden with the instruments of their discomfort. The metal wheels of the carts, typically a source of discreet squeaks, seemed to protest the unaccustomed burden, groaning softly as they were pushed down the aisles. The air in the library began to change. A profound, piercing chill permeated the entire space, a cold that seeped into bones and made fingers stiff. The scent of dried lavender became overpowering, almost suffocating, a pungent cloud of concentrated spectral outrage. As the first, heavily laden book cart, piloted by a grim-faced Marcus, rumbled silently towards the main entrance, the ancient stones of the library seemed to hum with an almost palpable displeasure. The Gregorian chanting, which had been a low, persistent background hum for hours, suddenly swelled in volume, filling the hall with a majestic, yet undeniably accusatory crescendo of ancient plainsong. It was Matins sung with a newfound, almost indignant power, each note imbued with a profound sense of spiritual affront. And woven into the powerful chorus were the passive-aggressive sighs, no longer subtle whispers, but deep, resonating exhalations of utter spiritual exasperation, sounding like a collective, ghostly harumph from a choir of infinitely displeased monastic librarians. Then, the book carts themselves began to rebel. Marcus, pushing his cart towards the door, found that its wheels suddenly, inexplicably, locked. He shoved harder, his muscles straining, but the cart remained stubbornly immobile, as if rooted to the polished concrete floor. Other students, attempting to move their own pillow-laden carts, encountered similar resistance. The wheels seemed to spin freely, yet the carts refused to budge, or worse, began to slide sideways, veering erratically into the towering bookshelves with a soft, thudding impact of cushion against wood. It was as if unseen hands were pushing back, meticulously preventing the escape of the penitential cargo. And then, a voice. It was Sister Euphemia, her whispery, dry tone no longer merely admonishing, but imbued with a profound, almost intellectual fury. She was not visible, but her presence was a chilling, undeniable force, centered around the recalcitrant book carts. Her voice, emanating from the very air, seemed to vibrate directly in the students' ear canals, a chorus of precise, perfectly articulated Latin insults. "Stulti," the voice hissed, a collective whisper that scraped against the students' ears. "Ignorantissimi. You profane the very instruments of order. These are not mere conveyances for your slothful inclinations. They are vessels of knowledge." Zara, who was standing closest, found herself unconsciously translating, a strange academic reflex in the face of spectral wrath. "Fools, most ignorant ones," she whispered to Liam, her eyes wide. The book carts, as if on cue, began to move. Not forward, not backwards, but in a strange, slow, deliberate circular motion, revolving around the students, creating an eerie, almost liturgical dance of defiance. The piled pillows seemed to vibrate with an unseen energy, their lumps subtly shifting, as if the very cushions were mocking their would-be captors. "Wasedia," the voice resonated, now a deeper, more condemnatory tone. "Spiritus torporis. You would cast aside the very aids to your spiritual and physical rectitude. Do you not comprehend the discipline required for true wisdom?" Liam, despite the absurdity, felt a prick of guilt. "Cassidian, sloth. Spiritus torporis, spirit of sluggishness." Sister Euphemia was getting personal. The carts sped up, their movements becoming more erratic, less circular and more like an aggressive, spectral game of bumper cars. They didn't hit the students, but they boxed them in, corralling them away from the exits, heading them deeper into the maze of shelves. The Gregorian chant pulsed, a rhythmic backdrop to the unfolding, peculiar standoff. "Beverly, Ofani?" Sister Euphemia's voice sharpened, now tinged with a distinct, almost haughty disdain. Turbatores. You seek to disrupt the divine order. You would trade diligent posture for wanton indolence. This is not merely a library. It is a sanctum of disciplined thought. Marcus, trapped between two erratically circling book carts, finally let out a frustrated shout. We just want to get some sleep. We just want to be comfortable. The chanting paused abruptly. The air grew impossibly still. The scent of lavender intensified, becoming a sharp, almost stinging presence. And then Sister Euphemia's voice, now a piercing, resonant whisper, filled the entire hall, seeming to vibrate from the very foundations of the abbey. Comfortum non est sine sed instrumentum. Comfort is not an end, but a tool. She intoned, each Latin word delivered with the precision of a celestial hammer. Et instrumentum virtutis est duritia non moritis, and the tool of virtue is hardship, not softness. Benimte. Her voice dropped to a low, chilling purr. You seek ease where you should seek rectitude. You desire indulgence when you should embrace discipline. The penitential pillow, you fools, is a pathway to higher understanding. With that final crushing pronouncement, the book carts ceased their erratic dance. They rolled to a perfect, almost military halt, forming a silent, unyielding barricade around the bewildered students, effectively trapping them in a peculiar, linen-filled corral. The penitential pillows on the cart seemed to swell slightly, their lumpy forms radiating an almost smug satisfaction. The Gregorian chanting resumed, a solemn, triumphant chorus now, devoid of any passive-aggressive sighs, as if Sister Euphemia had definitively won this round of the spiritual debate. The students stood, utterly defeated, surrounded by the very objects of their attempted rebellion. There was no terror in the traditional sense, no blood-curdling screams or violent poltergeist activity, just the quiet, overwhelming, utterly unyielding victory of an extremely particular, extremely diligent spectral administrator. Liam looked at the impassive pillows, then at the still humming library, then at Zara, who was now muttering philosophical Latin phrases under her breath, a strange, almost manic glint in her eyes. The great pillow revolt had been a resounding, if entirely silent, failure. The Abbey Library, it was now painfully clear, was not merely haunted. It was under a form of spectral martial law, enforced by a nun whose dedication to perfect order, posture, and monastic discomfort knew no bounds, living or dead. And the students, trapped within its meticulously maintained confines, were slowly but surely learning that some battles, particularly those against an eternal, administratively gifted ghost, were simply not worth fighting. The pillows, it seemed, were here to stay. Chapter 13. Sister Euphemia's Last Vigil. The Metropolitan University, a beacon of 21st century pragmatism and digital efficiency, found itself in an escalating, profoundly absurd conflict with its own inherited past. The aftermath of the Great Pillow Revolt had left the students of the Abbey Library in a state of bewildered surrender, trapped by silently circling book carts laden with their lumpy, unyielding tormentors. They had listened to Sister Euphemia's disembodied voice, a chilling whisper laced with Latin disdain, lay bare the philosophical underpinnings of her spectral tyranny. Guide, comfort, she had proclaimed, was not an end, but a tool. Hardship, not softness, was the instrument of virtue. It was a dictum that resonated with the cold reality of their perpetually aching backs and their increasingly fragmented sleep. Dr. Alistair Finch had, at this point, ceased to even attempt to rationalize the situation, retreating into a quiet, almost meditative state of bureaucratic despair, punctuated by increasingly frequent, unbidden urges to straighten his tie. Father Michael, meanwhile found his coffee remained stubbornly lukewarm, a daily, tangible reminder of his failure to appease the exacting spirit. And he began to suspect his morning sermons were subtly undergoing edits to incorporate more vigorous calls for spiritual posture. The Abbey Library, for all its modern upgrades, was now, undeniably, a monastic institution in active if spectral operation, with Sister Euphemia as its eternal, uncompromising Mother Superior. It was during the quiet, almost suffocating stillness that followed the Pillow Revolt's decisive defeat that Sister Euphemia chose to reveal the peculiar, tragicomic origin of her obsession with proper repose. The students, still corralled by the silent book carts, remained in various states of exhausted stupefaction. Liam O'Malley, still clutching his vellum bookmark, leaned against a shelf, contemplating the existential implications of sentient furniture. Sarah, her linguistics brain already dissecting Sister Euphemia's Latin insults, found herself oddly compelled by the spectral nun's unwavering conviction. Marcus, the former Snorer, now a picture of silent, rigid obedience, merely stared straight ahead, as if expecting to be transported elsewhere at any moment. The air, heavy with the scent of lavender and ancient paper, hummed with a profound, expectant silence. Far deeper than any quiet the university could artificially engineer. Then, the ethereal shimmer that denoted Sister Euphemia's presence began to coalesce in the center of the room, directly before the trapped students. She did not fully materialize, remaining a translucent, wavering outline, a figure composed of muted light and shadow, yet her presence was more palpable, more acutely felt than ever before. It was as if she were gathering her spectral essence for a profound, final pronouncement. Her hands, still clasped, seemed to hold an invisible weight, a burden of centuries of duty and perhaps unacknowledged suffering. The pervasive chill in the air intensified, not with malice, but with a curious, almost nostalgic melancholy. "You wonder," her voice began, a soft, dry whisper that seemed to emanate from the very air, vibrating in the very bones of the ancient building, "why I persevere, why the cultivation of uprightness, the sanctity of silence, the purity of repose, hold such paramount importance. You, with your ergonomic pods and your caffeinated libations, perceive only discomfort. You understand nothing of true struggle, nothing of the insidious decay that lack of proper rest can wreak upon the soul, and, more critically, upon the delicate art of the illuminated manuscript." A long, drawn-out sigh, less passive-aggressive now and more profoundly world-weary, seemed to ripple through the room. It was a sigh of ancient sorrows, of lessons learned through bitter, sleep-deprived experience. Listen, then, for the purposes of historical context and future self-correction, to the tale of a most unfortunate historical incident, one which shaped my very being, both mortal and immortal. The air around Sister Euphemia seemed to subtly shift, as if a spectral projection were beginning. A faint, almost imperceptible image shimmered into existence behind her, like a faded fresco brought momentarily to life. It showed the Abbey of St. Jude, not as a decaying monument, but vibrant with medieval life. Monks in coarse habits bustled about, quills scratched on vellum, and the air seemed to hum with the quiet industry of scholarship and devotion. "It was the year of our Lord 1283, Sister Euphemia's voice began, her tone taking on a distant, almost narrative quality, a time of profound scholarly endeavor within these hallowed walls. The scriptorium, indeed the entire library, was a hive of diligent activity. The copying of texts, the illumination of sacred words, the meticulous annotation of theological commentaries, these were tasks requiring not merely intellect, but an unwavering, almost preternatural focus. Our days were long, punctuated by the canonical hours of prayer, but the true work, the true test of spiritual and intellectual fortitude, often stretched far into the night. Fatigue, you understand, was an ever-present adversary. The spectral image behind her flickered, showing a younger, slightly less translucent Sister Euphemia, though still remarkably composed, bent over a vast folio, her quill moving with tireless precision. I was, even then, a novice of uncommon diligence, blessed with a passion for order that some, perhaps, found excessive, pesily, nidshekeze, arsin obsessivenda. My particular charge was the great compendium of monastic botanical knowledge, a vast and intricate work, requiring the precise transcription of countless herbal remedies, detailed descriptions of flora, and the most accurate illustrations of roots and leaves. A single misplaced comma could, in theory, lead to the accidental poisoning of a beloved abbot. A faint, almost imperceptible shudder seemed to pass through her spectral form. It was then, in the midst of this arduous endeavor, that a most lamentable misdelivery occurred. Our usual supply of axeriales, elixire, a blessed concoction of roasted barley and various invigorating roots, designed to gently stimulate the mind during nocturnal vigils, failed to arrive from the distant monastery of St. Augustine of the alert soul. Instead, due to what was later described in a most dismissive fashion as a clerical error on the part of a particularly incompetent donkey driver, we received a shipment of what was purported to be a new, experimental wakefulness draught from a newly established Cistercian priory in the remote northern reaches of the kingdom. The scene behind her shifted to shore cart, laden not with invigorating barley, but with sacks of dark, unfamiliar beans. These beans, Sister Euphemia continued, her voice gaining a subtle edge of professional exasperation, were to be roasted and ground, then brewed into a dark, bitter liquid. The Cistercian monks, in their misguided pursuit of perpetual vigilance, claimed it kept them awake for days, allowing for unbroken prayer and manual labor. They called it in their uncouth tongue, coffee. Liam, watching the spectral projection, felt a sudden, profound and utterly inappropriate urge to cough with suppressed laughter. Coffee. Medieval coffee? The first brew, Sister Euphemia recalled, her voice now tinged with a faint, almost imperceptible shudder of remembered horror, was an unmitigated disaster. It was served, as per our custom, at the mid-evening refectory meal, a small, fortifying cup before the last hours of work. Instead of the gentle warmth and subtle lift of the cerealis elixir, this coffee provided nothing. Absolutely nothing. It was cold. Profoundly, unapologetically cold. Not cool. Not even room temperature. But as if it had been drawn directly from the coldest well in the deepest winter. And the taste. A bitter, earthy brew, devoid of any discernible comfort or spiritual benefit. It was a liquid affront to the very concept of sustenance. The projection showed monks taking tentative sips, their faces contorting in expressions of quiet, monastic revulsion. Despite our protests, Sister Euphemia continued, the shipment was finite. The Icerius elixir was delayed by impassable roads. For 3 long weeks, our evening sustenance was this infernal, lukewarm, bitter draught. The effect was immediate and catastrophic. Instead of wakefulness, it induced a profound, inescapable lethargy to my fellow sisters, instead of pursuing their spiritual duties with renewed vigor, found themselves nodding off over their breviaries, their quills slipping from their grasp, their heads lolling onto their shoulders. The very act of taking this unpleasant beverage seemed to induce not alertness, but an overwhelming, insistent desire for sleep, and not a refreshing sleep, but a heavy, leaden slumber, from which one awoke more tired than before. Her voice grew sharper, imbued with a fresh wave of ancestral indignation. The consequences were dire. Errors crept into the manuscripts. Misplaced commas became commonplace. An entire passage of St. Jerome's commentary on Isaiah was inexplicably transcribed into a recipe for pickled turnips. Brother Cuthbert, a generally diligent soul, fell asleep mid-illumination, his nose plunging directly into a pot of vermilion paint, rendering him temporarily scarlet, and, regrettably, permanently disfigured his copy of the Book of Hours. The order, the divine order that was the very bedrock of our existence, began to unravel, all due to this misguided, lukewarm, anti-stimulant coffee. The spectral image behind her now showed monks lumped over desks, quills scattered, heads resting on open books, their postures a symphony of ergonomic disaster. And myself, Sister Euphemia confessed, a flicker of something akin to vulnerability in her ethereal presence. I, too, suffered. Despite my best efforts, the lukewarm draught would lull me into a state of semi-consciousness. I would awaken. Often, hours later, my spine painfully contorted, my neck stiff beyond measure, only to discover that during my involuntary slumber, I had subconsciously attempted to correct the errors of my drowsy brethren. I would find myself with an aching back, having spent my unconscious moments painstakingly realigning misplaced folios, or perhaps gently nudging a slumbering novice into a more upright, less damaging posture. My body, deprived of true rest by the abominable coffee, was performing its duty even in its sleep, but at a terrible physical cost. Her translucent form seemed to swell with renewed passion. It was then that I understood. True vigilance, true scholarly pursuit, true spiritual dedication, rests upon a foundation of proper rest, not the soft, indulgent slumber that leads to spiritual laxity, but a disciplined, restorative repose, one that prepares the body and the soul for the rigorous demands of ordered existence. The misdelivery of that cursed, lukewarm coffee taught me the profound spiritual dangers of improper sleep hygiene, of allowing the body to slouch into indolence, of permitting the mind to drift into chaotic dreams. It imprinted upon my very soul the inescapable truth: a proper nap, a disciplined moment of repose, taken with correct posture, is not merely a physical necessity, but a sacred duty. It is a bulwark against the forces of slovenliness and disorder that threaten the integrity of all knowledge, and indeed, the very structure of the universe as reflected in the library's meticulous order. The spectral projection of the medieval abbey faded, replaced by the mundane reality of the modern nap room. The chill in the air remained, but it was now laced with a profound, almost desperate conviction. Thus, Sister Euphemia's voice concluded, its whisper now sharp with renewed purpose upon my passing. My spirit, already attuned to the library's needs, chose to remain, unburdened by the frailties of the flesh. I could now dedicate my eternal vigilance to ensuring that no such lapse, no such coffee-induced chaos should ever again befall this sacred repository of knowledge. Every misaligned book, every slumped posture, every unseemly snore, is a direct assault upon the order I am bound to uphold. The penitential pillows are my humble tools of ergonomic instruction. The Matins, my reminder of spiritual vigilance. The relocations, my most severe, yet necessary corrective measure. I am not a haunter, young ones. I am a guardian, a perpetual administrator, God. And my work, due to that unfortunate medieval coffee substitute, is quite literally eternal. With that, Sister Euphemia's translucent form began to dissipate, slowly fading back into the ambient light and shadow. until only the lingering scent of lavender and the profound, almost overwhelming, sense of diligent scrutiny remained. The book carts, still laden with the penitential pillows, remained silently barricaded around the students. Liam, Sarah, and Marcus exchanged bewildered glances, their minds reeling from the unexpected, tragicomic confession. A ghost, haunted by lukewarm medieval coffee, was forcing them into ascetic sleep positions. The sheer, magnificent absurdity of it all hung heavy in the air. Sister Euphemia had not only explained her haunting, she had, in her own meticulous way, provided a profound, albeit profoundly inconvenient, historical and philosophical justification for her tireless spectral work. The students, for all their sleeplessness, found themselves in possession of a most peculiar piece of history, a testament to the enduring power of administrative perfectionism, born from the most mundane of medieval mishaps. Chapter 14. The Compromise. The Metropolitan University of Applied Sciences, a sprawling nexus of algorithms and ambitious urban planning, now found itself entangled in a peculiar, protracted ceasefire with its most tenacious resident. The Abbey Library, for all its sleek modern upgrades, had become an arena where 21st century ambition clashed with centuries of monastic meticulousness. Dr. Alistair Finch, the once unflappable provost, now bore the permanent, subtle twitch of a man perpetually on the verge of ordering an audit of the afterlife. His coffee, much like Father Michael's, remained stubbornly lukewarm, a daily, bitter reminder of the futility of human logic against spectral will. The students, meanwhile, had largely surrendered. The nap room, once a beacon of ergonomic comfort, was now approached with the quiet reverence of a chapel, its pods occupied by figures who lay with the stiff, almost defiant rectitude of medieval effigies. The penitential pillows, those lumpy, unyielding sentinels of posture, had been grudgingly accepted, their daily reappearance met with a collective, internal groan that no amount of modern comfort could alleviate. Even the midnight Matins, with its ethereal Gregorian melodies and accompanying, profoundly passive-aggressive sighs, had settled into a strange, unsettling rhythm, becoming an almost comforting, if entirely unwelcome, soundtrack to their late-night studies. The Abbey Library was no longer just a building. It was a living, breathing, or rather, non-breathing, testament to the unyielding diligence of Sister Euphemia, its eternal, uncompromising Mother Superior. The revelation of Sister Euphemia's tragicomic origin, story fateful, misdelivered medieval coffee substitute, and its subsequent legacy of lumbar obsession had, surprisingly, fostered a new, if grudging, understanding among the most frequently haunted students. Liam O'Malley, still processing the notion of a ghost driven by lukewarm beverages, found himself approaching the spectral problem with a newfound, if entirely unconventional, engineering perspective. Sarah, the linguistics major, resonated with the idea of a spirit so utterly devoted to the completion of a grand intellectual project that it transcended the veil of death. They understood now that Sister Euphemia was not malevolent. She was simply, profoundly, and eternally a project manager of the highest, most exacting order, whose primary key performance indicator was the flawless, divinely ordained alignment of all things, particularly those pertaining to knowledge and the human form. The question, then, was no longer how to ye-banish her, but how to ye-coexistate. It was Zara. After a particularly arduous session attempting to decipher an early Latin treatise on monastic humility, while perched uncomfortably on a double-stacked penitential pillow, who conceived of the compromise. If Sister Euphemia's haunting was, at its core, an administrative function, a tireless pursuit of order and adherence to what she considered proper monastic discipline, then perhaps a structured, mutually beneficial agreement could be reached. Her motivation, Sarah reasoned, was not capricious cruelty, but a deeply ingrained sense of duty born from historical trauma. Liam, applying his engineering principles, suggested a formal proposal, something that would appeal to Sister Euphemia's evident love of protocol and meticulous detail. Dr. Penelope Quibble, when consulted, simply nodded sagely, her eyes gleaming with academic excitement. "A diplomatic incident of the most fascinating kind," she murmured, tracing a finger over a faded map of medieval trade routes between the temporal and the eternal. "One must respect the established customs of the indigenous spiritual population, however inconvenient they may be." The proposal was drafted with painstaking care, a curious blend of modern university jargon and archaic, almost ecclesiastical, courtesy. It was handwritten on a piece of high-quality parchment sourced by Dr. Quibble from a reputable historical supplier, a detail Liam felt was utterly unnecessary, but Zara insisted upon as a mark of respect for the spectral recipient's preferred medium. The core of the proposition was simple. Students would be granted the use of the nap room's ergonomic pods for unhindered, comfortable sleep, free from postural corrections, spectral nudges, and sudden teleportations. In return, however, each student entering the nap room would first submit to a brief but thorough 5-minute lecture on the principles of monastic sleep schedules, delivered by Sister Euphemia herself. This, the proposal argued, would address her concerns regarding slothful indulgence by providing necessary context for disciplined repose. It acknowledged her authority, validated her historical experience, and crucially offered a structured, predictable format for her continued vigilance. The document was then carefully placed on the small, ancient lectern that stood in the center of the nap room, a silent invitation sealed with a single, perfectly aligned university wax seal. The response was not immediate. For 3 nights, the nap room remained utterly silent, devoid of the familiar lavender scent or the chilling touch of spectral presence. Students, tentatively entering, found the pods empty of penitential pillows, but the atmosphere was thick with a palpable tension, as if the very air were holding its breath. Liam and Zara, checking the lectern each morning, found the parchment untouched. Then, on the 4th morning, a subtle change. The wax seal was broken, the parchment subtly shifted, and a faint, almost imperceptible note, written in Sister Euphemia's impossibly fine, precise script, lay beside it. It read, "Conditions noted. Consideration granted. Protocol pending further refinement." A flicker of hope, absurd and illogical, ignited in Liam's perpetually tired heart. Sister Euphemia, it seemed, was open to negotiation, or, more accurately, to the formal presentation of terms for her approval. The refinement process took another 2 days. The initial proposal was found by Sister Euphemia's unseen hand to contain insufficient specificity regarding the didactic delivery of the instruction protocol. A new, highly detailed document materialized on the lectern, written entirely in Sister Euphemia's own hand, outlining the precise content, duration, and tone of the mandated lecture. It stipulated that the lecture must commence immediately upon a student's entry into the nap room, before any attempt at repose. It included strictures against fidgeting during didactic discourse and insisted upon attentive engagement, even if feigned. The students, for their part, simply wanted to sleep. They agreed. The first test of the compromise fell to a brave, or perhaps just utterly desperate, pre-med student named Kevin, who had been awake for 48 hours straight, fueled only by dubious energy drinks and the existential dread of organic chemistry. He stumbled into the nap room just before midnight, his eyes glazed, his spine a question mark of fatigue. He approached a pod, and as he began to lower himself into it, The air around him grew cold, and the familiar scent of dried lavender intensified. The faint, translucent outline of Sister Euphemia coalesced before him. Her wimple-shrouded face tilted with an air of stern, academic expectation. "Brother," her voice, a dry, papery whisper, resonated in the otherwise silent room. "We commence with the foundational principles of monastic repose. Observe, if you will, the horarium, the disciplined rhythm of prayer and rest that guided the lives of our predecessors in this very institution." A spectral projection, faint but clear, shimmered into existence on the wall behind her, depicting a medieval clock face. Segmented into the 8 canonical hours. Matins, her voice intoned, observed in the deepest hours of the night, before dawn. A time for vigilance and spiritual awakening, not for the unseemly cacophony of ill-disciplined respiration. A distinct, passive-aggressive sigh accompanied this last remark, presumably a lingering jab at Barry Jenkins. Then lauds, at first light, a time for praise. Prime, at the first hour of daylight, for the consecration of the day's work. Terce, sext, nones, the intermediate hours for brief, restorative contemplation, not for languid, prolonged slumber that dulls the intellect. Kevin, surprisingly, found himself listening. His exhaustion was so profound that even a lecture from a ghost nun on medieval sleep patterns felt like a novel distraction. He stood rigidly, his spine aching, his head tilted slightly, attempting to convey attentive engagement, even if feigned. The penitential pillows, he noticed, were nowhere to be seen within the pods, a small victory that felt disproportionately significant. Vespers, as the sun sets, for evening prayer and reflection on the day's labors, Sister Euphemia continued, her voice gaining a subtle, almost pedagogical rhythm, and complying before the final, brief period of sleep, for the examination of conscience and the preparation for silent slumber, a slumber that is neither prolonged nor indulgent, but a practical means to renewed spiritual and intellectual vigor. Our monastic brethren did not sleep through the night as you moderns so slovenly insist. They embraced broken sleep, rising for vigils, for prayer, for the disciplined pursuit of holiness. This fragmentation of repose, this rhythmic engagement with both rest and spiritual duty ensured a constant state of alertness, a perpetual readiness for the Lord's call, and, crucially, a vigilance against the creeping error in illuminated manuscripts. She paused, and a particularly resonant, disapproving sigh seemed to emanate from her very being, a silent commentary on modern sleep practices. Your 8 hours of unbroken sleep is, in truth, an invitation to sloth, a betrayal of the disciplined spirit. The 5-minute stretch, a peculiar eternity of historical sleep theory. Sister Euphemia delved into the spiritual dangers of restless dreams, attributing them to improperly digested thoughts, the importance of an unburdened conscience for truly restorative contemplation, and the physiological benefits of a spine perpetually aligned with divine purpose, even during unconsciousness. She spoke of the importance of rising with the sun, not clinging to the unnatural darkness of late mornings, and hinted at the profound, almost cosmic disarray caused by modern alarm clocks. Her lecture concluded with a final, firm admonition. Therefore, let your rest be not an indulgence, but a disciplined practice. Let your form in repose reflect the divine order you seek to comprehend. And remember, brother, true rest is merely a preparation for renewed diligence. Then, as suddenly as she had appeared, Sister Euphemia's translucent form began to dissipate, slowly fading back into the ambient light and shadow, until only the faint, lingering scent of lavender remained. Kevin, still standing stiffly, blinked, The silence that followed was profound, deeper and more peaceful than any he had experienced in weeks. He tentatively, cautiously, lay down in the pod. His spine, for the first time in what felt like an eternity, found genuine, unforced comfort. The cushion felt soft. There were no spectral nudges, no mysterious chills, no intrusive Gregorian chants. He closed his eyes, and almost instantly sleep claimed him, a deep, dreamless slumber. The compromise, it seemed, was holding. Students now lined up outside the nap room, submitting themselves to their 5-minute tutorial on monastic sleep hygiene, enduring the spectral lectures on Exorcism and spinal rectitude, listening to the ancient condemnation of unseemly respiration and post-industrial sleep hygiene. They emerged from the nap room, a little more tired than when they entered, perhaps, but with a strange, almost serene glow of having achieved a truly undisturbed day nap. The penitential pillows, while still stubbornly appearing on study chairs in the main library hall, were indeed absent from the nap pods themselves, a clear sign of Sister Euphemia's adherence to the new, if peculiar, terms. The Abbey Library had found its equilibrium, a strange, quiet truce between ancient strictures and modern needs. Sister Euphemia continued her diligent, eternal work, her lectures on sleep patterns becoming a new, integral part of the university's academic experience, albeit one taught by a spectral professor of peculiar pedagogy. The students, in their pursuit of modern knowledge, found themselves unexpectedly steeped in the forgotten rhythms of monastic life, and Dr. Finch, observing the surprisingly quiet nap room, could only sigh, a sound less passive-aggressive than Sister Euphemia's, but equally laden with an internal, profound bewilderment as he took another sip of his perpetually lukewarm, lavender-infused coffee. The library was still haunted, certainly, but now it was a haunting with a schedule, a curriculum, and a very clear, if utterly bizarre, set of learning objectives. Chapter 15. The library's newest librarian. The Abbey Library, once a straightforward acquisition for the Metropolitan University of Applied Sciences, had, in the wake of Sister Euphemia's relentless, posthumous administrative oversight, settled into a state of peculiar, almost monastic harmony. Dr. Alistair Finch, while outwardly maintaining his composure, now carried the subtle, telltale slump of a man whose understanding of reality had been irrevocably altered by a lukewarm coffee and a phantom librarian. His reports, once paradigms of corporate efficiency, now occasionally featured oblique references to unforeseen historical contingencies and anomalous ergonomic feedback loops. Father Mikkel, still grappling with his perpetually tepid beverages, found himself unconsciously humming Gregorian chants in the shower, and occasionally, to his profound bewilderment, correcting his own posture while standing in line at the campus cafeteria. The students, a cohort of battle-hardened scholars, had by now fully integrated Sister Euphemia's peculiar rules into their academic lives. The nap room, for all its sleek modern design, was now a site of quiet, almost ritualistic preparation for a slumber. Students queued patiently for their 5-minute lecture on monastic sleep hygiene, enduring Sister Euphemia's disembodied critiques of post-industrial sloth and unseemly respiration with a stoic, weary resignation that bordered on spiritual enlightenment. They lay in their pods, perfectly flat, eyes wide open, achieving a strange, disciplined kind of rest that was perhaps less about sleep and more about profound philosophical surrender. The penitential pillows, though still materializing on study chairs throughout the main hall, were largely ignored in the nap room, a silent acknowledgement of the spectral truce. The midnight matins, once a terrifying disruption, had evolved into an almost comforting, if entirely surreal, background hum, a constant, low-grade reminder of Sister Euphemia's eternal vigilance. The Abbey Library was no longer merely a building. It was an active, meticulously managed ecosystem, governed by the unwavering principles of its spectral Mother Superior. It was a Tuesday night, late in the semester, a time when the library's atmosphere was typically thick with the despair of impending deadlines and the frantic typing of last-minute essays. Liam O'Malley, now a connoisseur of rigid posture, was attempting to apply Sister Euphemia's principles of vigilance to his final project, a particularly complex structural analysis. Sarah, the linguistics major, found herself subconsciously correcting her mental lexicon to better accommodate archaic Latin phrases. Marcus, the formerly prodigious snorer, now took his nap sitting bolt upright in a regular library chair, a quiet, almost traumatized conversion to monastic discipline. The air in the nap room, though still tinged with the faint, familiar scent of dried lavender, carried a subtle, almost imperceptible warmth, a shift from the pervasive chill that usually accompanied Sister Euphemia's presence. The Gregorian chants of Matins, which had typically swelled into a powerful chorus at this hour, were notably softer, a distant, almost melancholic murmur. A strange, serene quietude had begun to descend upon the Abbey Library, a peace that was deeper and more profound than any engineered silence. Suddenly, the ethereal shimmer that denoted Sister Euphemia's presence began to coalesce in the center of the nap room, directly before the main pod bank. This time, however, her form was subtly different. She was less translucent, her outlines sharper, yet she seemed to radiate a gentle, almost luminous glow, as if an inner light had been kindled within her spectral being. Her hands, still clasped, seemed less burdened, her posture still perfectly erect, but with a subtle relaxation, a quiet grace that had not been present before. There was no accompanying chill, no demanding pressure on the student's posture. Only the faint, sweet scent of lavender, now imbued with a surprising note of contentment. Brothers and sisters, her voice a dry whisper, yet now possessing a distinct, almost resonant clarity, seemed to fill the room, echoing with a quiet finality. My vigil nears its temporal conclusion. The great compendium of Abbey knowledge, alas, may never be wholly completed in the terrestrial sphere. For the complexities of divine order are vast, and the ink of human understanding is, at times, regrettably thin. A soft, almost melodic sigh, devoid of its usual passive-aggressive undertones, floated through the air. It was a sigh of acceptance, not exasperation. However, she continued, her voice gaining a renewed yet peaceful intensity, the foundational principles, the very bedrock of diligent scholarship and proper repose, have, I trust, been adequately imparted. The spectral projection which usually accompanied her lectures shimmered into existence behind her, not of medieval monks or misfiled texts, but of the students themselves. It showed Liam, sitting upright, diligently working. It showed Zara, poring over a manuscript, her posture impeccable. It even showed Marcus, wide awake, eyes fixed on an engineering diagram, though his earlier self, mid-snore in the cellar, flickered briefly in the background, a subtle reminder of lessons learned. You have, in your earnest if at times recalcitrant way, Sister Euphemia observed, her voice imbued with a faint, almost maternal approval, begun to comprehend the wisdom of disciplined rest, the sanctity of silence, the virtue of a spine aligned with divine purpose, the perils of lukewarm, improperly sourced beverages. A faint, almost wistful rustle accompanied this last remark. My work, my eternal duty, to ensure the purity of this sacred space and the integrity of its inhabitants' scholarly pursuits, has, it seems, reached a point of sustainable equilibrium. Liam, from his pod, felt a strange lightness in his chest. Sarah, her eyes fixed on the ethereal figure, understood. Sister Euphemia had found her peace, her purpose. Born of a medieval caffeine mishap and centuries of unwavering dedication, was, if not complete, then at least in a state of acceptable order. She had instilled her principles. She had corrected the perceived chaos of the modern world. The library, Sister Euphemia declared, her voice now growing fainter, is now attuned. It remembers. It will uphold the standards. My continuous, active presence is no longer required for the primary enforcement of meticulous order. Her form began to subtly diffuse, the luminous glow softening, blurring at the edges, as if she were slowly merging with the very air of the ancient building. However, her voice, now barely a whisper, yet still resonant with her characteristic administrative precision, lest future generations succumb to the insidious temptations of excessive comfort, lest the principles of diligent repose be forgotten in the pursuit of frivolous ease. I leave but a single enduring reminder, a touchstone of monastic rectitude. The translucent figure of Sister Euphemia began to thin out, becoming increasingly ethereal, her outlines shimmering like heat haze on a distant horizon. The scent of lavender, now sweet and profoundly serene, filled the room, then slowly, imperceptibly faded entirely. The luminous glow diminished, then extinguished, and the nap room was once again bathed only in the dim regulated light of the ergonomic pods. She was gone, not vanished in a terrifying flash, but peacefully, deliberately, dissolved into the quiet fabric of the Abbey Library, a spirit finally at rest. Her eternal administrative duties completed to a satisfactory, if not entirely perfect degree. The students, left in the sudden, profound quietude, blinked at the empty space where she had been. The book carts, still laden with the penitential pillows from the Revolt, remained silently barricaded, a final unneeded reminder of a battle already won. A new kind of peace had settled over the nap room, a peace born not of emptiness, but of a quiet understanding. Then Liam noticed it. In the very center of the nap room, precisely where Sister Euphemia delivered her final address, stood a single solitary chair. It was an old chair, fashioned from dark, unvarnished oak, its design stark and simple, reminiscent of the monastic chairs found in the Abbey's oldest cells. It was utterly devoid of cushioning, its seat a flat, unyielding slab of wood. And despite the regulated temperature of the room, despite the ambient warmth that had settled after Sister Euphemia's departure, this chair radiated an unmistakable, profound cold. It was perpetually, unmistakably cold to the touch, as if it had absorbed the very essence of monastic discipline, and then decided to remain a constant, tangible reminder. There was no penitential pillow on its seat, no need for one. The cold itself was the penance. Students, initially curious, soon learned its unique properties. Sitting on the perpetually cold chair was not comfortable. It was, in fact, mildly painful. The cold seeping into bones, encouraging a posture of rigid, almost ascetic uprightness. Yet, paradoxically for some, particularly those still struggling with sleep, or those overwhelmed by the sheer chaotic volume of modern information, sitting on that cold chair brought a peculiar clarity. It cut through the mental clutter, dispelled the fogginess of exhaustion, and, in its profound discomfort, compelled a singular focus. It was Sister Euphemia's final, most refined teaching aid. Comfort was indeed not an end, but a tool, and sometimes the most effective tool was a bracing, unyielding cold. Dr. Alistair Finch, upon discovering the chair, immediately ordered its removal. His staff, however, found it inexplicably heavy, refusing to budge, as if rooted to the very foundations of the abbey. It resisted all attempts at relocation, remaining a silent, immutable fixture in the heart of the nap room. Eventually, Dr. Finch, with a profound sigh of resignation that almost rivaled Sister Euphemia's, simply designated it as historical artifact, non-relocatable in the university's asset register, adding a footnote about its unusual thermal properties. Father Michael, visiting the nap room a week later, found his coffee, for the first time in months, steaming hot and utterly devoid of lavender. He took a grateful sip, and then, his eyes falling on the perpetually cold chair, he nodded. "Ah," he murmured, a quiet, knowing smile spreading across his face. "A seat for contemplation, and for the diligent." She always did insist upon proper form. He even caught himself, out of habit, straightening his own posture. The Abbey Library, now truly unique among university institutions, had found its new spiritual center. The nap room, free of direct spectral interference, served its intended purpose, but the memory of Sister Euphemia lingered, enshrined in the perpetual chill of that one unyielding chair. It became, for some, the ultimate place for penitential napping, a voluntary discomfort leading to an almost spiritual clarity. Students would occasionally be seen sitting on it, briefly grimacing at the cold, yet emerging with a strangely refreshed, almost disciplined air. The great compendium of Abbey knowledge remained unfinished, but its spirit, the spirit of meticulous order and unwavering diligence, had found a new, quiet, and perpetually cold home. The library had a new librarian, not a ghost to be feared, but a legacy to be endured, a quiet, chilling reminder that some dedications transcend mortality, leaving behind not screams, but simply a very particular and very cold kind of comfort.